शिक्षा की दृष्टि अगर देखा जाए तो आर्टिकल्स में एक और सेट हो रहा है जो बर्निंग है और ट्रेंड्स में है। जो बर्निंग है और ट्रेंड्स में है, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस एंड इट्स इम्पैक्ट। कृत्रिम बुद्धिमत्ता, सॉफ्टवेयर और इसका प्रभाव। As we know, today we are going to utilize an important software.
Anything. Whatever you're getting there, you're getting yourself. All I'm doing is planting the field.
So the people in India are very hard working. इस प्रकार से यूज करना और तमाम ऐसे पर्सपेक्टिव आएंगे जहां पर आपको सब्जेक्ट को फाइंड आउट करने में दिक्कतें होंगी, उस पर विशेष आपको ध्यान देना। तमाम ट्रांसलेशन ऐसे हैं जो आपको डिग्री के माध्यम से मिलेंगे। कुछ ऐसे ट्रांसलेशन जैसे देखा जाए कि देहरादून की जलवायु इलाहाबाद की जलवायु से अधिक ठंडी है, तो आपको जलवायु किधर ले जाना है जिसमें पहले की चर्चा हो रही है। तो जैसे द क्लाइमेट ऑफ देहरादून इज कूलर देन दैट ऑफ इलाहाबाद। सीधे डायरेक्ट ही नहीं कर देना कि देन इलाहाबाद, क्योंकि जिसकी तुलना हम कर रहे हैं वो शहर की नहीं है बल्कि अपित जो है जलवायु की है। तो जलवायु में दो पक्ष हम रखते हैं, अगर पहले वाला है तो उसको यह करते हैं और दूसरे को वह करते हैं, यानी इलाहाबाद वाली की अपेक्षा। और अगर कहा जाए कि कोलकाता भारत का सबसे बड़ा शहर है, ठीक, तो हमको अनुवाद इस प्रकार से नहीं बनाना है कोलकाता इज द बिगेस्ट सिटी ऑफ इंडिया, बल्कि इसको कैसे बनाना है कोलकाता इज द बिगेस्ट सिटी इन इंडिया। और परिप्रेक्ष्य में जाए कि ताजमहल दुनिया की सबसे खूबसूरत या सबसे सुंदर इमारत है। तो मान लीजिए वैसे तो आता है कि दुनिया की खूबसूरत इमारतों में से एक है। तो अगर आ भी गया इस ट्रांजेक्शन इस प्रकार से, तो या यूँ कह लीजिए इस प्रकार से आ गया कि भारत में या ताजमहल भारत की सबसे सुंदर इमारत है, तो इसका ट्रांजेक्शन हमें इस प्रकार से नहीं करना है कि द ताजमहल इज द मोस्ट ब्यूटीफुल बिल्डिंग ऑफ इंडिया, बल्कि उसको कैसे करना है द ताजमहल इज द मोस्ट ब्यूटीफुल बिल्डिंग इन इंडिया। तो इसे बहुत ही ट्रांसलेशंस हैं जिनमें हमें प्रीपोजिशंस पर नोटिस करना है और फिर उसके बाद बनाना है, ताकि जो शुद्धता है वो ट्रांसलेशन की अधिक से अधिक रहे और हमारे जो अंक हैं वो सुरक्षित हों। आर्टिकल्स में ध्यान देने योग्य बातें ये है कि हमें आर्टिकल का इंट्रो देना है। इंट्रो देने के बाद में हमें उसको एक्सप्लेन करते हुए उसके यूज़ पर, अगर कोई डिवाइस है तो उसके यूज़ पे जाना है, और फिर उसके बाद में किस हद तक उसका इम्पैक्ट है, उसके बाद में उस इम्पैक्ट को देखते हुए कंक्लूजन पे हमें जाना है। ये भी हमें उसमें देना है कि किस हद तक इसका यूज़ किया जाना चाहिए और क्या इसके साइड इफेक्ट हो सकते हैं। तो ये आपका अगर एक ओरिजिनल फॉर्म में रहेगा तो इससे आपको बेहतर रिस्पॉन्स प्राप्त हो सकते हैं। तो अब अगले अंक में कोशिश फिर से की जाएगी और फिर अगले आर्टिकल पर नोटिस किया जाएगा। टिल देन, गुड नाइट टू ऑल ऑफ यू एंड आई होप आप लोग मेहनत करेंगे और अच्छे अंक स्कोर करेंगे, यही मेरी शुभकामना है। थैंक्स फॉर वॉचिंग।
Dear students, very good morning to all of you. And now in article series, we move to the next one, and that is role of democracy in India. As we know India is a democratic country where we find that the people are the most important one in this ruling system, where the people can participate in the ruling system and they can exercise their fundamental rights and duties. They can enjoy their social, cultural, and religious perspective, and law is supreme in this country. There are the three chief organs of the government, and that is legislature, executive, judiciary, and now in the present scenario, media is considered the fourth pole of the democracy. Since the beginning of the democracy in India, it has been a golden period in our country. The people elect their own government, casting their votes. And as far as the women and also the men are concerned, both of them participate without any partiality. It is the glory of democracy. And as Abraham Lincoln stated, democracy is the government of the people, for the people, and by the people. In this reference, we find a freedom in a country like democracy. Democracy generally allow the people to convey their own ideas, their own thoughts, and their own ways of life. And it is an opportunity for all of the people to communicate with the government without any fear or any hindrance. We find democracy the best one and a very liberal one in our country. But it is our responsibility that we must protect it. We must also understand our fundamental duties along with the rights. Gandhi always says, first you give me 4, then demand the next 5. These 4 are DUTY, that means Kartab, and the next 5 is RIGST, right. So we have some points to describe democracy. In democracy, the power is divided in as a state level, as a central level, as well as the secretarial, and also in local governments. And the beauty of the government is that the people can directly connect to the ruling system, responsible to the people in the country. As far as our country India is concerned, it is really a best example of democracy and the largest democracy as far as the world is concerned. सबसे बड़ा जो लोकतंत्र है ये. So these are the points to describe about the role of democracy in India. Now, in the next series, we find also the burning and the current problem, and that is the next article, and that is the problem of unemployment in India. भारत में बेरोजगारी की समस्या. Unemployment is also one of the burning problem in India. As we know that we have been facing this problem for a long time, as there is less job opportunities in our country as in comparative to our population. Every year, maximum number of youth are standing in the row of unemployed men. Hence, it is a matter of deep concern for all of us, because If we are unemployed, we can't expect a life which is full of standard or full of satisfaction somehow to manage our family as well as other things. And there are the many reasons for it. The first is the most one is the overpopulation. Because of the overpopulation, the job opportunities are proving a dwarf in front of them. And the second is that there is the machinery is. In the past, when there were not the machineries, the people are getting an opportunity to work as a laborer. But because of the machines, the people remain jobless in the country. On the other hand, there is not an innovative infrastructure. Even today, we are growing in the age of information and technology. We are lagging behind as far as the new infrastructure and the industry development. And for this, the foreign companies must be invited to invest in our country so that we can look for a solution of this problem of unemployment. The government must find an opportunity to create a vacancy where there is a lack of there is lack of vacancies are there. We see that as far as the teacher department or many other departments, the posts are vacant, but the vacancies are not filled. That's why the number of the unemployed candidates are getting more and more day by day. It is a matter of deep concern that in our country, the talented and the young generation remain unemployed for a long time, and sometimes they also take a wrong step, and because of the blundering youth, they also forced to commit. Nowadays, because of the unemployment, there is the increasing number of the cybercrime and other crime. Many of them also convert to wrong action. It is a threat to our young generation as well as the society and for our country. So hence, it is necessary for the government to take it seriously and find a kind of solution to minimize the number of the unemployment. Then we can predict the safe future for our country. So these are the second, these are the two articles we have discussed here, and it is our responsibility to note down the points what I have discussed and to note down in your copies. And after that, if you have any difficulty, you can consult. And now, after this, we just move to the section C, the grammar section, where we find that there is direct and indirect. The exercise must be done to find as far as in your question banks, as far as your unsolved paper or somewhere is. And if you have any problem, you can consult. Now, we have few sentences for you to change into indirect speech. The sentence is, he said to his brother. Inverted comma start. May I join your company? Question mark, inverted comma close. तो फॉर एन एग्जाम्पल सेट को हम कन्वर्ट करेंगे आस्केड में. रिक्वेस्टिंग फेज है, फिर भी हम आस्केड में दे सकते हैं. तो ही आस्केड इज फ्रेंड, क्योंकि यहाँ पर वाक्य से आरंभ है, इसीलिए हम इफ का प्रयोग करेंगे कामा को हटाने के लिए. तो ही आस्केड इज फ्रेंड इफ ही, मे को हम ले जाएंगे माइट में, योर को ले जाएंगे हिज में. तो पूरा क्या बना, ही आस्केड इज फ्रेंड इफ ही माइट ज्वाइन हिज कंपनी. इसके बाद में फुल स्टॉप. OR करके सेंटेंस है, जैसे दे सेड इन्वर्टेड कामा स्टार्ट, एलास, उसके बाद में विस्मयादोदक निशान, वी हैव लॉस्ट एवरीथिंग, फुल स्टॉप, नोट कामा क्लोज हो जाएगा। तो क्या होगा, चूंकि एलास दुख का प्रतीक है, इसीलिए सेडिया सेट्टू किस में जाएगा, एक्सक्लेम विद सॉरो में। तो दे एक्सक्लेम्ड विथ sorrow that they had lost everything। इसके बाद में फुल स्टॉप कर देंगे। इसी प्रकार से आता है आपका कंबाइन द फॉलोइंग सेंटेंसेस एज डायरेक्टेड इन ब्रैकेट्स। कंबाइन का मतलब जोड़ना होता है, फॉलोइंग का मतलब नीचे दिए गए, और जो सेंटेंस है उनको आपको जोड़ना होता है। एज डायरेक्टेड का मतलब जैसा कि निर्देश दिया गया है, ब्रैकेट का मतलब कोष्ठक के अनुसार। तो जैसे आपके पास सेंटेंस आ गया, ही कंप्लीटेड हिज वर्क, फुल स्टॉप। उसके बाद दूसरा आपका वाक्य है, ही वेंट होम, फुल स्टॉप। फिर उसके बाद ब्रैकेट में रहेगा, और ब्रैकेट में लिखा रहेगा सिंपल सेंटेंस। तो जब दो वाक्य हो और एक में कार्य का संपन्न होना दिखाया जाए, और उसके बाद उसी क्रम में दूसरे कार्य में आगे कार्य का होना बाद में दिखाया जाए, तो पहले वाले वाक्य में हम प्रेजेंट परफेक्ट पार्टिसिपल का इस्तेमाल करते हैं। प्रेजेंट परफेक्ट पार्टिसिपल में क्या होता है, हैविंग का प्रयोग करते हैं, उसके बाद में क्रिया की तीसरी अवस्था आती है, और दोनों में अगर सेम सब्जेक्ट हो, यानी एक ही प्रकार का सब्जेक्ट है, तो वहां से हम पहला जो सब्जेक्ट है उसको हटा करके दूसरा सब्जेक्ट का इस्तेमाल करते हैं। तो इस प्रकार से हैविंग कंप्लीटेड हिज वर्क ही वेंट होम, उसके बाद में फुल स्टॉप हो जाएगा। अब इसमें OR करके देता है, दो में एक करके होता है, फिर OR करके लिखा है। जैसे सेंटेंस है आपका, वेयर डू यू लिव, क्वेश्चन मार्क, पहला सेंटेंस। और दूसरा सेंटेंस है आपका, आई वांट टू नो, KNOW, नो, उसके बाद में फुल स्टॉप, और ब्रैकेट में लिखा रहेगा कॉम्प्लेक्स। अब हमें ये तय करना है कि दोनों वाक्यों में से कौन सा वाक्य जो है प्रमुख है। तो पहला पूछा गया आप कहाँ रहते हैं, दूसरा पूछा गया मैं ये जानना चाहता हूँ। तो ये देखा जाता है कि सब्जेक्ट किसमें ज्यादा प्रभावशाली है और कहाँ से इसका मूल बिंदु है। तो इसका मूल बिंदु यही है कि मैं जानना चाहता हूँ। ठीक, कभी भी जब प्रश्नवाचक वाक्य हो इस प्रकार के वाक्य में, तो जब प्रश्नवाचक वाक्य दूसरे क्षण में आता है, यानी बाद में लिखा जाता है, तो उसको हम अफर्मेटिव में लिखते हैं। तो इसलिए इस वाक्य को जब बनाया जाएगा, और अगर WH या SW टाइप के वाई है, वैन है, वेयर है, हु है, ये आते हैं, तो स्वाभाविक रूप से हम क्या करते हैं कि इन्हीं शब्दों को इस्तेमाल करते हैं, अलग से दैट नहीं लगाते हैं। तो जैसे आपका वाक्य था, वेयर डू यू लिव, फिर उसके बाद में क्वेश्चन मार्क था, फिर उसके बाद में ये था आई वांट टू नो। तो हम दूसरे वाक्य को पहले लेंगे, आई वांट टू नो वेयर यू लिव, उसके बाद में फुल स्टॉप कर देंगे, क्वेश्चन मार्क नहीं लगाएंगे। अब ये तो हो गया आपका सिंपल, यानी कंबाइन करने के लिए, वो सिंपल हो गया, कॉम्प्लेक्स हो गया, दो आ गए। अब उसके बाद में आपका जो ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन आएगा, ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन का मतलब ये होता है कि वाक्य की संरचना भले ही बदल दी जाए, लेकिन उसका जो भावार्थ है वो नहीं बदलना चाहिए। तो इसलिए ऐसे क्रम में आपका जो है लिखा होगा, ट्रांसफॉर्म द फॉलोइंग सेंटेंस एज डायरेक्टेड इन ब्रैकेट्स। नीचे दिए गए वाक्य के रूप को बदलिए जैसा कि कोष्ठक में निर्देशित है। तो उसमें मान लीजिए आपका अगर डिग्री में बनाने के लिए जैसे सी इज द बेस्ट स्टूडेंट इन द क्लास, और ब्रैकेट में यानी कोष्ठक में लिख दिया गया CD यानी कंपैरेटिव डिग्री। अब कंपैरेटिव डिग्री में ये देखना होता है किसकी तुलना किससे की गई। तो इसमें जो C है उसकी तुलना जितने भी विद्यार्थी हैं उनसे की गई है। तो इसलिए कंपैरेटिव डिग्री में हम जानते हैं कि बेस्ट का कंपैरेटिव क्या हो जाएगा, बेटर हो जाएगा। अब चूंकि C से बढ़कर के कोई है नहीं तो इसीलिए देन एनी अदर लगेगा। तो बनेगा आपका सेंटेंस, जैसे सेंटेंस क्या था आपका, सी इज द बेस्ट स्टूडेंट इन द क्लास। तो सी बेटर देन एनी अदर स्टूडेंट इन द क्लास। सी बेटर देन एनी अदर स्टूडेंट इन द क्लास। अब ऐसे करके अथवा करके आता। अब अथवा में सिंपल कॉम्प्लेक्स कंपाउंड या पैसिव भी पूछ लेता है। तो जैसे पैसिव में आ गया आई कॉल्ड हिम फूल, आई कॉल्ड हिम फूल, फुल स्टॉप। उसके बाद में ब्रैकेट में लिखा रहेगा पैसिव वॉइस। तो हमें ये देखना है कि इसमें ऑब्जेक्ट कहाँ, सब्जेक्ट हो गया आई, कार्ड हो गया वर्ब, हिम हो गया ऑब्जेक्ट और फूल हो गया कॉम्प्लीमेंट। फूल से पैसिव नहीं बनाना है क्योंकि वो ऑब्जेक्ट नहीं है। तो हिम का जो ऑब्जेक्टिव केस है वो हिम है। अब इसका सब्जेक्टिव हमें आना पड़ेगा तो हिम का हो जाएगा ही। फिर हमें ये चेक करना है कि हम किस टेंस में थे। तो हम 5 इंडिफरेंट टेंस में थे। हमें क्या करना होगा कि अब एक टेंस जो है आगे जाना होगा। तो हम यहाँ से क्या करेंगे, वाज को लाएंगे। तो ही वाज कॉल्ड, ठीक है, ही वाज कॉल्ड फूल बाई मी। सेंटेंस क्या था, आई कॉल्ड हिम फूल। तो क्या हो जाएगा, ही वाज कॉल्ड फूल बाई मी। तो इस प्रकार से ये जो है आपका ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन कंप्लीट हो गया। अब ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन के बाद क्या आता है, करेक्ट द फॉलोइंग सेंटेंसेस। हो सकता है वन ऑफ द फॉलोइंग सेंटेंसेस करके आ जाए, तो उसमें देखते हैं। जैसे सेंटेंस आपका था आई वेंट टू स्कूल द, तो अब हमें देखना है कि नेक्स्ट डे का प्रयोग कहाँ होता है। नेक्स्ट डे का प्रयोग होता है टुमारो, यानी टुमारो का जो है हम चेंज करते हैं द नेक्स्ट डे। तो टुमारो किस टेंस से संबंधित है, फ्यूचर से संबंधित है। आपका सेंटेंस क्या है, पास्ट इंडिफिनिट में। तो ऐसी स्थिति में हमें यहाँ पर यूज करना पड़ेगा यस्टरडे। तो द नेक्स्ट डे के स्थान पर यस्टरडे हो जाएगा। इसी प्रकार से एक और वाक्य हम सेंटेंस का देते हैं, ही मेड हिम द एंग्री, उसने उसे नाराज किया। अब एंग्री जैसा कि आप जानते हैं ऑलरेडी एडजेक्टिव है, तो द एंग्री का मतलब होता है नाराज लोग। तो यहाँ से हमें आर्टिकल द को रिमूव करना होगा। तो इस प्रकार से ये जो है आपका एक लिखित का जो फेज है करेक्ट इनकरेक्ट का, वो खत्म हुआ। अब उसके बाद में आप जानते हैं कि जो ऑप्शनल सीरीज आती है उसमें 5 क्वेश्चंस आपके ऑप्शनल आते हैं जो 2-2 नंबर के होते हैं। उसके बाद 5 नंबर का आपका जो है लॉन्ग टर्म में ट्रांसलेशन आता है। तो जैसे उस सीरीज में अगर हम देखें तो ऑप्शनल सीरीज और जो आपका ट्रांसलेशन है, इसको नए वीडियोस में हम इसका उल्लेख करेंगे। और इन चीज़ों को देखने के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और मेहनत करते रहिए। जो नए लोग हैं कृपया चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर देंगे, लाइक कर देंगे, शेयर कर देंगे, ताकि आपको अगली जो वीडियोस हैं वो जल्द ही मिल जाए और इससे उत्साहवर्धन भी हमारा होता रहे। थैंक्स फॉर वॉचिंग। Dear students, very good evening to all of you. And now in this important session, we shall discuss about the letter writing. That is section B in intermediate syllabus as far as the question paper is concerned. When we talk about letter, there are mainly two types of letters as far as our board exam is concerned, are most important. The one is to the complaining letters based on the problems like irregular water supply, frequent breakdown in electricity, or the use of loudspeakers as well as DJ. And on the other hand, there is a letter to the editor showing concern, expressing your view on the particular problem. And there is a kind of an example as far as the complaining letter is concerned. And we have a question like this. जहां तक शिकायती पत्र का सवाल है, वो प्रश्न आपका इस प्रकार से आता है। राइट ए लेटर टू द डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट ऑफ योर प्रॉब्लम concerning about the use of loudspeaker, DJ sounds and cause noise pollution in your area. When we have to write it, so in the first we write our address. सबसे पहले प्रेषक का पता होता है बाईं ओर, और वहां पर अगर हम विलेज के रहने वाले हैं, गांव के रहने वाले हैं, तो विलेज का नाम लिखेंगे। उसके बाद हमारा जो पोस्ट होगा उसको हम रखेंगे, और उसके बाद बड़ा पोस्ट होगा उसको लिखेंगे। उसके उपरांत हम अपने डिस्ट्रिक्ट का नाम कर देंगे, और फिर अपने क्षेत्र का जो पिन है वो डाल देंगे। पिन के ठीक नीचे हमारी जो डेट है वो पड़ेगी, और उस डेट के बाद हम जो डेजिग्नेशन होगा, जो पद होगा अधिकारी का, उसको रखेंगे, जैसे द डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट, और फिर उसी के ठीक नीचे अपने डिस्ट्रिक्ट का नाम लिखेंगे। इसके बाद हमारा जो मेन सब्जेक्ट है वो होगा। अब मेन सब्जेक्ट में जैसा कि आपको क्वेश्चंस में भी इंगित किया गया है, तो उसमें आपका सब्जेक्ट होगा अगेंस्ट द यूज ऑफ लाउड स्पीकर एंड डीजे साउंड। ये आपका सब्जेक्ट हो गया। अब सब्जेक्ट के बाद में फिर आपको शरावलिक मैडम का उद्बोधन कर देना है। उसके बाद सिंगल कामा लग जाएगा, फिर उसके ठीक नीचे आपको लिखना। उसमें आपको लिखना है विथ ग्रेट रिवरेंस आई वुड लाइक टू ड्रा योर काइंड अटेंशन to the problem of the unrest because of the use of loudspeaker and DJ sounds in our area. ये तो आपकी दो लाइनें हो गई जहां पर आप उनसे अपनी कृपा दृष्टि डालने के लिए कहेंगे। उसके बाद में फिर स्पेस देंगे और एक नई पैराग्राफिंग आपकी नई लाइन से शुरू हो जाएगी, जहां पर आप कुछ यूं लिखेंगे, as we often see that there is the use of loudspeaker and high-pitched sound of DJ produced in our area during the wedding or any event, which causes a lot of inconvenience to the people in our area. The sick and the old people cannot sleep properly because of the high-pitched sound. It also causes a great disturbance to those students who are preparing for the board examination or any other competitive exams. They can't read or study peacefully in such unrest and noisy atmosphere. It not only creates unrest around us but also harmful for those who are cardiac patients. I mean the heart disease. So it is very necessary to make a peaceful atmosphere around us so that we can get peace here. अब वहां से आप वाइंड अप कर देंगे और उसके बाद फिर नीचे लिखेंगे Therefore I request you to therefore I request you to look into the matter carefully and take proper action who disobey the rules and regulations and allow the loudspeaker and DJ high pitched sound and provide us an immediate solution of this problem. इतना लिखने के बाद आप फिनिशिंग टच कर देंगे, फिर उसके बाद में बाएं तरफ चले जाएंगे, फिर से अपनी लाइन से लिखेंगे थैंकिंग यू और फिर उसके नीचे जो है आप योर्स सिंसियरली करके XYZ कर देंगे। जो आपका पिन है, पिन कोड के बाद ठीक उसी के नीचे आपको अपनी डेट ऊपर ही लिख देनी होती है। अब अगर एक और खंड में हम आते हैं तो दूसरे खंड में हमारा होता है राइट ए लेटर टू द एडिटर ऑफ नेशनल डेली showing your concern on the problem of rising prices in India। क्या कहा इसमें कि आप अपने राष्ट्रीय दैनिक समाचार पत्र के संपादक को एक पत्र लिखें जिसमें आप अपने विचार को बढ़ती हुई महंगाई पर व्यक्त करने के लिए अनुरोध करें। तो इसमें भी सबसे पहले लेफ्ट साइड में प्रेषक का पता हो जाएगा और उसके बाद में ठीक उसके नीचे जैसे आपको बताया गया है गांव का नाम, फिर आपका जो पोस्ट ऑफिस है उसका नाम, बड़ा पोस्ट ऑफिस है तो बगल में उसको लिख दीजिए, फिर उसके बाद डिस्ट्रिक्ट का नाम, फिर उसके बाद पिन आपको इंडिकेट कर देना 27 18 21, उसके ठीक नीचे डेट आपको डालनी। उसके बाद आपको पद चेंज कर देना है, द एडिटर लिखना है, ई बड़े से लिखना है, फिर उसके नीचे द नेशनल डेली या कोई भी समाचार पत्र जो है उसका मुख्यालय न्यू दिल्ली नीचे जैसा कि उसका होता है, और फिर उसके बाद में आपको सब्जेक्ट लिखना है। सब्जेक्ट यही रहेगा शोविंग कंसर्न ऑन द प्रॉब्लम ऑफ राइजिंग प्राइसेस इन इंडिया। उसके बाद ठीक नीचे आपको वही शराब मैडम लिखना है, फिर उसके बाद सिंगल कामा रहेगा, फिर ठीक उसी के नीचे से आप लिखेंगे। अब यहाँ पर आपको चेंज करना पड़ेगा, यहाँ से आप लिखेंगे थ्रो THROUGH थ्रो द कॉलम्स ऑफ योर स्टीम डेली न्यूज़पेपर आई वुड लाइक टू शो माई कंसर्न ऑन द राइजिंग प्राइसेस इन आवर कंट्री। मतलब वो कहेगा कि आपके सम्मानित या उभरते हुए दैनिक समाचार पत्र के माध्यम से बढ़ती हुई महंगाई पर मैं अपनी चिंता जाहिर करना चाहूंगा। इसके बाद आप आर्टिकल टाइप का नीचे लिख देगा। तो आप नए सिरे से नए पैराग्राफ से लिखेंगे। एज वी
respect and honor, but hence the poor people can't afford it because they once again in the darkness where they were. And also the poem concludes that the upper class people will teach them how to do the work, how to sleep and how to manage the lifestyle. Once again they are poverty stricken and finally found themselves helpless in this situation. Now the central idea of the poem. In this poem, the poet Robert Frost describes about the poor people's life who somehow try to manage the city money in their hands to establish a roadside stand, to appeal them to stay there for a moment to buy something portable. But after some time, the ruling party gives their establishment to the place in the village where there is a store or there is a theater, the people's gathering and to sell their things there. And it is a disappointed mark for the people who establish their roadside stand to live a respectable life. The poem is a criticism of the society where the poor people are always crushed. The poetess complains towards the people who are always under the effect of in such kind of adverse conditions. This is the central idea of the poem. Now the important questions belongs to this lesson is what does the roadside stand appeal the traffic? Answer is the roadside stands appeal the traffic to stay there to buy their belongings. The next question, what does the ruling party has a plan to do for those roadside stands? The ruling party has a plan to re-establish them at the place where there is a store or theater to live their life like the old ones. What is the contrast? What is the contrast in the poem to take about rich and the poor people? The poem is a contrast to take about the rich and poor people, that the rich are enjoying their life full of respect and luxury, while the other hand the village people try to settle their life near the roadside to get the money but unable to do so. Why does the poet cannot own their grief? The poet cannot own their grief because it only those can realize who feel in such kind of situation. The poet can listen but can't find a solution for them. What type of poem is it? The poem is it a true picturization of the rural life and society where they always find themselves in poor background and poverty stricken. They can't afford for innovation in such a situation. Thus the poet comes to a conclusion with the criticism of life in this important poem. Now you think of this, you read this. If you have any difficulty in this particular poetic approach or a poetic lines or analysis, you can ask the questions different ways. And thanks for watching this important poem and how to explain it is. Very good morning to all of you, the students in this session, and we are now going to discuss about the poem number 3 from class 12th standard, A Thing of Beauty. In this poem, the poet John Keats describes about the beauty, which is not for a short time, but it is for a long one. According to him, a thing of beauty is a joy forever. Its loveliness increases. It means the beauty does not fade but also moves away, and it also gets more attraction. And it helps all of us who are sick, who are downcast, and create a peaceful atmosphere around us to provide us a sleep which is full of rest and an atmosphere where we can take free breath and free thinking. And also, it is a boon for those who are depressed, who are sick, and who are broken in health, and also who are negative in ideas. The beauty creates an atmosphere where things is just a totally difference. It refreshes all of us with mind, intelligence, and also the creative approach so that we can enjoy the life in peaceful atmosphere. In this poem, the poet glorifies a thing of beauty which always provides a joy for all of us. It has been seen that in man's life there is always stress, anxiety, fear, and depression like things. But whenever a thing of beauty which is in different forms, sometimes the physical and sometimes the spiritual and sometimes the purity of mind. But the most important thing is the purity of mind and the purity of thought and as well as the purity of spirit, which always flows in man's mind just like a soothing air, and with the help of this he feels himself comfortable, and in such a situation it is a tonic for all of them. And whenever we talk about the beauty, especially for all of us, that when we are downcast, when we are depression, then we need something, the positive ideas, which is through the great writers that help us to overcome a kind of depression, a kind of negative approach in life. And as far as the natural beauty is concerned, it is reflected in the poem through trees, forest, and springs, and all of these help the wild animals as well as other creatures in the forest to provide them comfort. For an example, the sheep are enjoying the beautiful things in the nature as sunlight, as the moon light, as well as the water that from the river. And in the forest there is seen a different types of natural sights, a kind of fragrance by the flowers that is spread out on the soil in the forest. There is musk deer and also the daffodils, that are the flowers that always create a fragrant air in the forest where there is desolation for some time. So these are the things that beautifies as a living one, but now there are also the dead one who become a great in their life and also glorifies all of us with their important writings, lessons that they have stored in their books. And their books, even after the death, always glorifies us, always benefits us, their lessons and the writings. Whenever we read or listen from someone else, they emerge as an immortal drink and somehow force us to a heaven's edge. Thus, the mighty dead ones also have their potential to beautify and glorify all of us. The poem is a metaphorical approach. The line "a thing of beauty is a joy forever" refers to the poetic diction metaphor. And in this poem, the poetess uses the imagery as the keep quiet bower as well as the forest, daffodils, and also the musk deer, a kind of imagery that beautifies the poem rhetorical tone. And now the few important questions from this poem are: how does the poet John Keats regard a thing of beauty? And the answer is, the poet regards a thing of beauty a joy forever. Its loveliness increases and it never comes into nothingness. Question number 2. How does it help the people to provide them comfortable atmosphere? ये लोगों को किस प्रकार आरामदायक वातावरण प्रदान करती है? A thing of beauty creates a bower for all of us to provide us good sleep and a good health to live a life full of comfort. Question number 3. How does it help for those people who are depressed and anxious or completely in stress? A thing of beauty also emerges from thought of beauty, and hence it always guides us to become a positive one in life, and it is an inspiration for those who are depressed and downcast in life. Now the question number next is, how does a thing of beauty prove to be a boon for the simple sheep and other animals in the forest? किस प्रकार से सुंदरता नामक चीज भेड़ और अन्य जीवों के लिए जंगल में वरदान के रूप में साबित होती है? As far as the natural beauty is concerned, it proves to be a boon for the sheep and other living animals in the forest. The sun provides them a heat, and the moonlight provides them a humble light, a very comfortable light, and also the springs or the river's water make them a cooling atmosphere in such a hot season. And now the concluding stanza has a few questions to ask. In the concluding stanza, how do the mighty ones help us? जो मृत लोग हैं वह हमारे लिए किस प्रकार से सहायक होते हैं? The mighty ones leave their writing after their death. That always provides us several types of learning by their important lessons in their text or books whenever we read them. The question next is, how does they come unto us from the heaven? किस प्रकार से वे स्वर्ग से हमारे पास आती हैं? All their writings is just like an immortal drink, and it controls everywhere, and also as an immortal storage of drink, and finally it pours on to the poet from the edge of the heaven. So the poem comes to conclusion and with reference like this. And the poet has also the concluding central idea. In this poem, the poet John Keats glorifies the spiritual, natural beauty of the poem, which always helps us different ways, and it also makes a peaceful atmosphere for all of us to provide us comfortable sleep, and it proves to be a boon for those animals who are in the forest, and also spreads out fragrance and beauty in this reference, and finally finds that the mighty dead ones also become a comfortable note for all of us. In this poem, the poet describes about the writings that containing by the great writers and offers them after all to find the great lessons from them. And finally, this concludes the central idea of the poem. Thanks for watching, and if you have any problem, you can consult about it at your own questions and comments.
बात करने से मजेदार शांत संध्या खुशी और सकारात्मक ऊर्जा देती है।
It's a very good morning to all of you students. We are once again going to join Amit Sir official YouTube channel, and it is an academic text, and that is the poetry section, which is poem number 2, Keeping Quiet, by Pablo Neruda. A very marvelous poem, and it is an important for not only the academic but also leaving a message to the entire humanity. And in this poem, the Pablo Neruda has a simple theme but which has universal appeal. And this poem, the poet Pablo Neruda describes that he wants to go to count from 1 to 12 to make a silence in the air. He appeals the readers to be keep quiet. And during this moment, there is not much physical movement. And we will have to stand in an arc for a moment to think for ourselves and about your activity and where we are going to do as far as the aim or purpose is concerned. It is very necessary for all of us that what are we doing and where we are leading. As we know, in the modern world, we are too much engrossed to the money, to gain money without thinking of our future generation as well as how to save the humanity. We are so much advanced in the society that we have developed nuclear weapons, and we are talking about the war which is with fire and gas. And in such a situation, if there is war, the things will be catastrophic. We shall lose all our creativity as well as the entire human perspective. And after that, the young generation will in great trouble after losing all the creativity and finding in a strange atmosphere. That's why the poet Pablo Neruda appeals the readers to keep quiet, to think for a moment. It is an introspection, to think deeply about our doing. And also he symbolizes a very nice personification with the lines, perhaps the earth can teach us. Perhaps he used silence. It means that when we are living beings are ignoring the fact, the reality of life, in such a situation, the earth can teach us to live together with love and friendship, fraternity, which we are going to losing because of the selfishness of our own feeling. And we are ignoring that the entire human being are living on this earth. And whenever we are going to develop, we will have to think about our future generation and also about the existence of other living beings. As we find our environment too much polluted that we can't expect to live a peaceful life. In such a situation, it would be an exotic moment when you feel like strangeness, when you have to maintain a peace and silence, certainness. But it is the moment when we reflect our activity and all the ideology which is surrounding us. And for this perspective, we have to maintain peace, to understand ourselves and also the others, to avoid the situation like war. Full of beauty, the world is full of wonder, the world is full of so many varieties, and it is our responsibility to maintain and protect this. Now the questions based on this poem is concerned, there are the few important questions suggesting to you. The first one, why does the poet Pablo Neruda appeal the readers to keep quiet? The answer is very simple. The poet Pablo Neruda appeals the readers to keep quiet, to think deeply of themselves and their activity to maintain the peace in the world. Question number 2. What kind of movement it would be? ये किस प्रकार का क्षण होगा? It would be an exotic movement where we cannot spread our arms, legs too much like at that time. What does the poet want to say when he is going to count from 1 to 12? जब वो 1 से 12 तक की गिनती करेगा तो किसके बारे में बात कर रहा है? तो the poetess wants the readers to maintain a peace and silence to reflect their ideas to their doings. And now we are going to move. There is a poetic device as far as the stanza is concerned, where there is a line. Perhaps the earth can teach us. Earth is a non-living one, but whenever we are going to present it, the activity like teaching or somewhere it is just belonging to as an animate, and hence we find it a personification. When something living ones working like, when something non-living ones working like living ones, as far as the person is concerned, it is a personification. To the line, perhaps the earth can teach us as a poetic diction, and which is a personification. The poem has a universal appeal as far as the maintaining peace is concerned. It is necessary for the entire people in the world to think, as we are going to just go to the Third World War, where we are going to talk about the nuclear war, which is a more dangerous than all this, and it may be harmful to the world and the entire living beings on the planet. We have to save the planet, to maintain the peace, to think of our selves, to understand ourselves and to understand others. Now, we have some points based on the central idea of the poem, as Pablo Neruda appeals in this central idea of the poem, Keeping Quiet. In this poem, the poet Pablo Neruda appeals the readers for an introspection, to think deeply about their own working style, about their own way of lifestyle, where they are leading to. He appeals the readers to maintain peace in the life, to avoid the situation like war. When we think about ourselves, we find that what is the reality of life, and then we understand others, to make a friendship and to spread love among the people and to save the entire humanity, avoiding the situation like hate and some other ways. The poem is full of moral as well as an universal appeal. To this varies the central idea of the poem. Now, as some students feel a difficulty to find the particular terminology as well as the theme of the English perspective, hence I am going to express my view especially on this poem in Hindi version. इस कविता में कवि पेब्लो नेरुडा शांत रहने की अपील करता है। जैसा कि ये जो कविता है, इस कविता में शांत की आवश्यकता इसलिए है क्योंकि जो है लोग विचार करें कि उन्होंने अपने आप को और साथ ही साथ कितना नुकसान इस वातावरण को फैलाया है। जैसा कि वो लोग पूरी तरीके से कार्यरत हैं और कार्यरत होने के साथ साथ वह यह विचार नहीं कर पा रहे हैं कि उससे पर्यावरण को कितना नुकसान पहुंच रहा है। आज हम व्यक्तिगत स्वार्थपरता में धनोपार्जन हेतु इतना ज़्यादा आगे निकल चुके हैं कि शायद हम स्वयं विचार नहीं कर पा रहे हैं कि हम इस भागदौड़ में कहाँ पर पहुंच रहे हैं। वस्तुतः स्थिति यह है कि समय रहते अगर हमने ये विचार नहीं किया तो हम अन्य वन्य जीवों को नुकसान पहुंचाएंगे ही, समस्त मानवता को भी नष्ट करने पर तुल जाएंगे। जैसा कि इस कविता में दर्शाया गया है कि कुछ लोग ऐसे हैं जो हरित युद्ध की बात करते हैं, कुछ लोग ऐसे युद्ध की बात करते हैं। अगर इस प्रकार से वो विचारधारा पनपती रही, बिना विचारे उन्होंने कार्य कर लिया, तो ये समस्त मानवता के लिए खतरा होगा। साथ ही साथ जो वन्य जीव इस धरती पर हैं उनके लिए भी अपने आप में खतरा होगा और यहाँ से सभ्यता के मिटने के आसार है। इसीलिए कवि अंत में निष्कर्ष करता है कि ऐसे युद्ध में विजय श्री तो किसी को भी मिल सकती है, लेकिन जो आने वाली जनरेशंस हैं, जो पीढ़ियां हैं, वो ऐसे माहौल में रहेंगी जहाँ पर सब कुछ वहाँ पर विचित्र और अजीब होगा और वे नए वातावरण में होंगे जहाँ पर उन्हें कुछ भी समझ में नहीं आएगा और वे पूरी तरीके से एक दूसरे के साथ बड़े ही विचित्र रूप में व्यवहार करेंगे। इसलिए जो कवि है वो पाठकों से यही अनुरोध करता है कि वे शांत हों, एक बार मनन और चिंतन करें और ये समझें कि स्वाभाविक रूप से हमारी जीवन शैली कैसी होनी चाहिए, हमारा एक दूसरे के प्रति दृष्टिकोण कैसा होना चाहिए। हम पुनः जो है उस सामाजिक प्रेम और सामंजस्य को स्थापित करें और मित्रता का भाव रखें, प्रेम से जीवन जिए, ताकि जो शांति है वो हमारे जीवन के लिए अत्यंत आवश्यक है। और इसीलिए जो कवि है वो बार बार इस कविता में शांत रहने की अपील करता है, ताकि हम स्वयं कुछ समय के लिए आत्मचिंतन करें और अपना मार्गदर्शन करके जीवन में शांति और सुखमय जीवन की ओर प्रशस्त हों। ये इस कविता का लक्ष्य है। आप सब लोग इस पर विचार करेंगे, इसको सुन करके पढ़ेंगे और अभ्यास करें। परीक्षा आने वाली है, तो इसलिए आपके लिए आवश्यक है कि आप इसको पढ़ें, और कहीं कोई समस्या होती है तो आप अनेकों माध्यमों से सूचित करके उन प्रश्नों का निराकरण कर सकते हैं। देखने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। It's a very good morning to all of you. And now in poetry session, we are going to analyze the poem My Mother at 66 by Kamla Das. In this poem, the poet talks about the aging process, which is common. But as the poetess is very close to her mother, she always has the fear to lose her in her old age, and she looks very old and painful. She realizes the pain and also the aging process. While driving to Cochin, she realizes her mother sitting beside her in the plane. It was a closeness. She found her open mouth, dozed, and a very big one like a corpse, passion leaves. And after traveling some distance through an aeroplane, the poetess saw young children coming out joyfully of the house and the trees moving towards the forest. In this situation, the poetess, for a moment, is lost in such kind of ideology, where she forgets about her mother's terrible oldness. But after all, as soon as she crosses the scene of the children and the running trees, she once again finds her mother standing few yards away in same pale face, and here the poetess smiles to her and expecting to see her again. And now we conclude the poetic diction in the poem. The poem is full of simile as far as the poetic diction is concerned. The words using like as so. The lines are as a late winter's moon, ashen like carbs. So these are the lines signifies the poetic diction, the figure of speech, simile. The poem is pathetic one. Even in such a situation, when anybody closes to anyone, always has the fear in losing someone in old age. And now we move to the questions from this poem. The first question is, where was the poetess going? What did she see in aeroplane? The poetess was going to Cochin and she saw her mother sitting beside her. What thought forgot away and when? कौन से विचार चले गए और कब? When the poetess saw young children coming out of the house joyfully and trees running, she forgot the idea of her mother's terrible oldness. And now the third question is there. What is the poetic device in the line as a late winter's moon? So as we have already mentioned, where the words used like as so with a comparison, it is a simile. So in this line, it is a simile. And now we are going to just discuss about the central idea of the poem My Mother at 66. In this poem, the poetess Kamla Das describes about the aging process of a man, symbolizing her mother, who is very weak with yellow face. And she describes about her childhood fear to lose her mother, and in this poem she finds in such a situation when she looks at her old mother. After all, she forget the idea of her mother's terrible oldness when she saw different sights as the young children coming out of the house and also the trees running. But at the same time, she finds her mother once again standing few yards away, and she waits her, seeing that she would see her again. Hence, the poem comes to conclusion that aging process is natural. It is a very important one, especially in a man's life. The poetess has a pathetic approach towards humanity, which is presented in here. The poem is figure of speech and also the poetic beauty. In this poem, though it looks like a simple one, but a very beautiful and pathetic one. Now we have few words in Hindi as the students demanded. The poem My Mother at 66, ये एक बहुत ही मर्मस्पर्शी कविता है। स्वाभाविक रूप से एक जो है महिला का अपनी माँ से उस एज में बिछड़ने जैसा, जो बहुत ही बूढ़ी हैं और किसी प्रकार से चल फिर पाती हैं, जैसा कि वो शारीरिक रूप से असमर्थ हैं, बिल्कुल निर्जीव की तरह प्रतीत होती हैं। उनका जो चेहरे का भाव है वो मुँह खुला हुआ है, औंघाया हुआ है और पूरी तरीके से ये जो भाव दिख रहा है ये बिल्कुल मृतप्राय की तरह होता है। इसलिए कविता जो है पूर्ण रूपेण एक बड़ी ही मर्मस्पर्शी हो जाती है। कवित्री बैठी हुई है वायुयान में, लेकिन वो अपने चिंतन कर रही है और वो चिंतन करते हुए उनको अपने समीपस्थ पाती है। कुछ समय के उपरांत जब यात्रा आगे बढ़ती है तो वो जो है युवा बच्चों की फौज को देखती है जो अपने घर से बाहर आ रहे होते हैं, बड़े ही प्रसन्नचित्त मुद्रा में होते हैं, और उन वृक्षों को भी देखती है जो पूरी तरह से गतिशीलता में नजर आते हैं। जैसे ही वो इन सब को देखती है वो भूल जाती है कि स्वाभाविक रूप से उसकी माता जी कितनी बूढ़ी हैं और उनका जो पुराना दर्द है वो कैसा है, क्योंकि ये एक प्रकार से परिवर्तन की स्थिति है जहाँ पर कुछ समय के लिए मन का चिंतन उन बच्चों की ओर और उन वृक्षों की ओर चला जाता है, लेकिन जीवन में जो वास्तविकता है वो पुनः हमारे चिंतन स्तर पे आती है और एक बार फिर से जो कवयित्री है वो पुनः अपनी माँ का चिंतन करती है और सामने उनको कुछ गज की दूरी पर खड़ी हुई पाती है। वही पीला सब चेहरा, वही असमर्थ और कमज़ोर चेहरा और वही जो है शारीरिक भाव, जिसको देखने के बाद में कवयित्री फिर से उनसे विदा लेती है और ये कहती है कि माँ आपसे शीघ्र मुलाकात होगी। इसके सिवाय कवयित्री के पास कुछ था नहीं, केवल उन्हें देखकर मुस्कुराती गई और मुस्कुराती गई। कविता जैसा कि पूर्व में विदित है, आप जान चुके हैं, मर्मस्पर्शी है और जो एजिंग प्रोसेस है, बुढ़ापे की जो प्रक्रिया है, ये निरंतर सभी को आनी है। ये जीवन की स्वाभाविक रूप से सच्चाई है। अगर सामयिक जो है जीवन शैली का जिक्र किया जाए, मृत्यु का जिक्र किया जाए, स्वाभाविक रूप से ये जो उम्र है ये एक ऐसा पड़ाव है जहाँ पर हर किसी को अपनेपन का एहसास होता है और अपनेपन से अलग होने पर उसको कष्ट का आभास होता है। कवयित्री अपनी माताजी को छोड़कर जाने की स्थिति में नहीं थी, लेकिन चूंकि कुछ ऐसे महत्वपूर्ण कार्य होते हैं जिनको स्वाभाविक रूप से करने के लिए जाना पड़ता है, तो उसे इस चीज़ का डर लगा था कि कहीं उसकी माँ को कुछ हो ना जाए, और यही जो डर था वो अपनी पूरी यात्रा में पाली हुई थी। यात्रा के दौरान बार बार उसको अपनी माँ का चिंतन होता था और उस चिंतन के स्तर पर वो अपनी माँ की उस तस्वीर को बार बार देखती थी। कविता कवयित्री का अपने माता के प्रति एक गहरे लगाव से संबंधित है, जिसमें वो बार बार उनके आने का जिक्र करती है। अलंकार की दृष्टि से देखा जाए तो अंग्रेजी में जिसको सिमिली कहा जाता है, उपमा अलंकार का समावेश है। इसके अंतर्गत सो, एज, लाइक जैसे शब्दों का समावेश अगर पंक्तियों में दिखाई देता है तो वो जो कविता है वो उपमा अलंकार कही जाती है। इसमें दो लाइनें आई हैं जिसमें उपमा अलंकार का समावेश देखने को मिलता है, जैसे कि एसन लाइक कार्ब्स एज ए लेट विंटर्स मून। ये दो पंक्तियां हैं, ये उस उपमा अलंकार को दर्शाती हैं। कविता भले ही छोटी है, भले ही साधारण है, लेकिन इसकी जो विषय वस्तु है वो यूनिवर्सल है, सार्वभौमिक है, और ये एक गहरा प्रभाव हमारे जीवन में छोड़ जाती है, जिसको हमको सहज स्वीकार करना होता है। कविता जीवन की उस अवस्था का वर्णन करती है जो ठीक बचपने का विपरीत होता है, वृद्धा अवस्था होती है, और इसके अंतर्गत जो बड़े बूढ़े होते हैं हमसे, जो अपने आप में असहाय होते हैं, लाचार होते हैं, उन्हें किसी के केयर की ज़रूरत होती है, और वही कवित्री अपनी माता के लिए कर रही थी। और जब वो वहाँ से निकल रही थी तो उसको अपने माता से बिछोड़ने के बारे में बहुत ही अत्यधिक आभास हो रहा था, इसलिए बार बार उसको अपनी माँ की याद आ रही थी, और वो हमेशा उनको अपने आसपास पा रही थी। यद्यपि कुछ ऐसे दृश्य थे जिनसे वो थोड़े समय के लिए अपनी माता जी के उस चिंतन से दूर होती थी, लेकिन वास्तविकता यही थी कि फिर से वो जो चिंतन है वो उसके पास वापस आ जाता था। तो ये रही कविता के मूल विचारों पर आधारित चर्चा जो हमने इस सेक्शन में की। आगे के सेक्शन में हम कीपिंग क्वाइट नामक कविता का जो है फिर से आकलन करेंगे। तब तक के लिए आप लोग ढंग से पढ़ें। कहीं भी कोई दिक्कत हो तो आप उसके माध्यम से सूचित करें। जो नए लोग हैं कृपया वो चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर दें, और ताकि आपको नई वीडियोस जल्दी से जल्दी उसका अपडेशन आपको मिलता रहे। देखने के लिए धन्यवाद। Once again, welcome back to our channel, Amit Sir Official. Very good evening to all of you. And in the reference to supplementary lessons, we are going to summarize the last and the final lesson from supplementary. It's a lesson number 6, the stories of childhood, where there are the two sections describing one hand Jitkalasa and on the other hand Vama. Both are a bitter experience of childhood. In the first section, Jitkalasa experiences as a strange manner is in the beginning of the lands of people, a city where she was in a hostel. She found something different, and it was the first bell rang. She saw the girls of her own belongings in a tight fitting clothes and tight shoes, while she was in loose garments, having long hair and in a loose shoes. It was odd one for, and that's why she felt uneasy among those students there. And meanwhile, she felt sinking to the floor as her blanket was slipping out from a soldier. Meanwhile, she found a classmate girl, Judwin. Judwin was close to her, and Judwin heard about the voice of the pale-faced woman who was talking about cutting the hair of Jitkalasa. Everybody was there in short hair, but Jitkalasa was in the beginning period, that's why she had a long hair. At this, Judwin told Jitkalasa that she was talking about her hair. But at this, Jitkalasa did not lose courage. She told her that every possible way she would protest to cut her hair. But Judwin, knowing everything, tried to tell her that they were doubly strong to protest them. But Jitkalasa was rigid as she heard about her people that the here singled to those who are either cowards or the men or women who mourn at someone's death. It was the belief that forced her to protest her cutting hair. Finally, the plan was made, and Jipkalasa, finding an opportunity, hid herself in the corner of the room where there was a darkness. Everybody was in search of Jitkalasa, and everywhere she was searched out. And finally, someone removed the curtain, and there was enough light to see around in the room. And finally, Jitkalasa was found under the bed. She was dragged out forcibly. Jitkalasa tried every possible way to protest them, but she was helpless when she was dragged out of the under the bed. And finally, she was tied to the chair, and she felt the edge of the blade while cutting her hair. Now she was helpless and was calling her mother, but nobody was there to comfort her. It was a bitter experience for Jitkalasa there. She thought it was immodest as she was not a coward. She was not one of those who mourned at someone's death. So it was a bitter experience for Jitkalasa there, which was immoral for her as she had the old belief in her mind. And in the next section, we met a girl, Bama, who was belonged to the downtrodden caste, especially the scheduled caste. And even she did not know about the things like untouchability. One day, Jitkalasa, during her return from school, saw an old man hanging a package and holding the string far away from her hands. And it was something like badai, a kind of banana, vegetables or something like that. She was in a mood to laugh to see the way the old man caught the package, but finally she held it up. It was the time when Bama returned from school. She kept on watching the things what is happening in the street as the street play at different types of fruits and different types of delicious dishes and a kind of play, a kind of snake charmers, a kind of monkey kept a man dancing like that, everything. So each and everything distracted her attention, and finally she got late for home, near about 30 minutes spent because of this. When Bama told about the story of the old man to her brother Anand, Anand was a mature one and he understood each and everything what she told her. And finally he explained the thing to Bama that it was because of untouchability, the old man trying to make it sacred, not to be touched, as it was just like touchability and it may be the polluted one. So in such a situation, he was like that, behaving the things. But at this, Bama got angry and thought of this. But Anand told her that each and everything is because we are backwards. And the most important thing to get education to be invested in the category of those people who are at high rank. And he told her that she must read too much. She must read with full attention and with the wish to do something better, to be exceptional and at a high rank, then the people will come to him and show the respect. The words proved to be a tonic for Bama, and finally she worked hard and got a good position in the education. and since then she understood that what an important thing education is to get a good rank in life. So thus both the lessons describes about the bitter experience of the childhood, and finally the last one was the most important because it was based on the untouchability. Untouchability can be removed after the education and after a hard work to become something which society needs. If we are among those at high rank, we shall be considered by the people in the surrounding to pay their respect forcibly. So thus the lesson comes to end with the conclusion of both the parts of this. Now the important question based as far as both the lessons are, what bitter experience did Jatkalasa feel at the land of apples? What did Jitkalasa hear from Judbin, and what did she decide against it? And what happened to Jitkalasa after all? And now when we move to the Bama, what were the things that attracted to Bama and she got late to return from school to home? And the second question was there, what funny things did she find with the old man on the day? And what the third question is there, what did Anand advise Bama about the story of the old man? So these are the short questions based on the both part of the section of the lesson. And now we have a few words in Hindi to discuss and summarize about it. In the first one was Jitkalasa. We have a few words in Hindi. Jitkalasa एक ऐसी अमेरिकन भारतीय लड़की है जिसको एपस के शहर में एक कट अनुभव का सामना करना पड़ा, जहां पर उस ठंडी के मौसम में वो ढीले पोशाक में थी और कंबल ओढ़े हुई थी और अपने ढीले जूते में थी। लेकिन जो पहला दिन था वहां पर उसने अपने ही ग्रुप की उन लड़कियों को देखा जो फिटिंग यानी टाइट कपड़ों में थीं और उनके बाल छोटे थे और वे अपने टाइट जूते में थीं। जिटकलासा ने इस चीज़ को देखने के बाद में ये समझा कि कितनी अमर्यादित चीज़ है ये, क्योंकि बचपन से उसने भारतीय कल्चर को पूरी तरह से अपने जीवन में समाहित कर लिया था, जहाँ पर ढीले पोशाकों की परंपरा है और बड़े बालों को रखने की परंपरा है। ये सब देखने के बाद जिटकलासा पूरी तरीके से उन सब चीज़ों से बिल्कुल प्रभावित हुई और तभी उसकी एक सहेली जुडबिन ने उससे बताया कि एक पीले चेहरे वाली जो औरत थी, जो वार्डन थी, वह उसके कपड़ों को लेकर के, उसके लंबे बालों को लेकर के चर्चा कर रही थी। जिटकलासा को इस पर जो है थोड़ी आशंका हुई और उसने जुडबिन से बताया कि वो अपने बालों को किसी भी कीमत पर कटने नहीं देगी और यथासंभव उसका विरोध करेगी। और समय पाकर के जिटकलासा ने अपने आप को उस अंधेरे कमरे के एक कोने में बिस्तर के नीचे छिपा दिया। लेकिन ये सब कहाँ चलने वाला था? तभी सारे सदस्यों के द्वारा जिटकलासा की तलाश की गई और उसे ढूंढ निकाला गया जब पर्दे को वहाँ पर हटाया गया। जिटकलासा को बलपूर्वक उस बिस्तर के नीचे से खींच करके लाया गया और उसको कुर्सी से बांध दिया गया, जहाँ पर उनके उस प्रिय बालों को काटा गया। जिस समय उसके बालों को काटा गया उसे बहुत ही अमर्यादित महसूस हुआ, जैसा कि उसने इस मान्यता को सुन रखा था कि बाल उन्हीं लोगों के काटे जाते हैं जो कायर होते हैं या उन के काटे जाते हैं जो किसी मृत व्यक्ति के ऊपर शोक मनाते हैं। इन दोनों विचारधाराओं ने जिटकलासा को पूरी तरह से प्रभावित किया। उसने अपने आप को असहाय महसूस किया और अपनी माता के लिए पूरी तरीके से वो चिल्लाई, लेकिन वहाँ सब कुछ बेकार था। अब हम इस पाठ के दूसरे हिस्से में पहुंचेंगे, जहां पर बामा नामक एक लड़की रहती है जो दलित संप्रदाय से संबंध रखती है। वह विद्यालय से लौटते समय रास्ते में नुक्कड़ नाटक और अनेकों प्रकार के फल की दुकानें और तांत्रिकों के द्वारा दिखाए जाने वाले खेल, इन सब को देख करके मार्ग में थोड़े समय के लिए रुक जाती है। कभी कभी उसे बहुत लंबा समय लग जाता और घर को लौटने में देर हो जाती। इसी क्रम में एक दिन उसने अपने एक वयोवृद्ध व्यक्ति को देखा जो एक थैले में कुछ केले की सब्जी जैसी चीज लेकर के आ रहा था और डोरी को बहुत दूर से पकड़े हुए था। बामा ने इसे हास्यास्पद समझा और हंसना चाहा। उसे ऐसा लगा कि ये मजाक बस ऐसा हो रहा है, क्योंकि उसने देखा कि वो व्यक्ति जो है उसको इस थैले को ऐसे पकड़ करके ले जा रहा था और उस जमींदार की ओर लेकर के जा रहा था जो एक ऊंचे स्थान पर बैठा हुआ था और सभी को आदेश दे रहा था कार्य करने के लिए। सारी बातें उसने अपने बड़े भाई अनंत को बताई और जब उसने उसे ये बात बताई तो वो सारी चीज़ समझ गया। उसने अपनी बहन को ये बताया कि ये अछूत के कारण है। अब तक जो है बामा को अछूत के बारे में पता नहीं था और उसे बताया कि इसको तभी मिटाया जा सकता है जब वो पूर्ण रूप से मन लगाकर पढ़ेगी और मन लगाकर पढ़ने के बाद में वह शीर्ष पर पहुंचने का प्रयत्न करेगी। जब हम शीर्ष पर पहुंच जाएंगे, उस श्रेष्ठ दर्जे को प्राप्त कर लेंगे, तो ये जो समाज है या इस समुदाय के जो लोग हैं वो विवश होकर के हमसे जुड़ेंगे और तभी जा कर के हम इस जो है छुआछूत के भेदभाव को मिटा पाएंगे। कहानी, दोनों जो कहानियां हैं ये बचपन के उस कट अनुभव का जिक्र करती हैं जो पूरी तरीके से हमारे जीवन को हिला करके रख देता है और हम इसके प्रभाव में आ जाते हैं। लेकिन जो दूसरी कहानी है वो आज भी इस समाज को एक ऐसा आईना दिखाती है कि बिना शिक्षा के हम श्रेष्ठता को प्राप्त नहीं कर सकते हैं। शिक्षा ही वह उपकरण है, वह आधुनिक अस्त्र है जिसके माध्यम से हम अपने आप को एक सम्मानजनित वातावरण में पा सकते हैं। तो ये रहे आपके इन दोनों खंडों का हिंदी में रूपांतरण जो आपके अंतिम पाठ स्टोरी ऑफ चाइल्डहुड से लिए गए हैं। इसको ध्यानपूर्वक पढ़िएगा, अभ्यास करिएगा। कहीं भी किसी भी प्रकार की कोई समस्या आती है तो आप कमेंट सेक्शन में भी इसके बारे में बात कर सकते हैं। वैसे पूरी कोशिश की गई है कि आपको अच्छे ढंग से समझाया जाए। जैसा कि कुछ बच्चों ने कहा था कि सर हिंदी में इसका रूपांतरण कर दिया करें, उन्हीं की प्रस्तुति के लिए इसको रखा गया है। वस्तुतः इंटरमीडिएट का जो पाठ्यक्रम होता है वो इंग्लिश मीडियम से ही रिलेटेड होता है, क्योंकि यहाँ पर दोहरा मेहनत करना पड़ता है। आप हिंदी में सुनते हैं, समझते हैं, फिर उसके बाद उसको ट्रांसलेट करते हैं। लेकिन चूँकि बैकग्राउंड पृष्ठभूमि वैसी नहीं है इसलिए आपको ऐसा करना पड़ रहा है। उसके लिए कोई बात नहीं, आप प्रयास करें और इसको समझने की पूरी कोशिश करें। और अंत में जो नए लोग हैं इसको देख रहे हैं, कृपया उस चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर दें ताकि आप लोगों का प्रोत्साहन मिलता रहेगा। उतनी ही ऊर्जा से हम आगे बढ़ते रहेंगे। धन्यवाद। Dear students, very good evening to you. And in the reference to our supplementary edition, we are going once again to summarize the next lesson, lesson number 5, which is a play. And in this play, there is an important character of Mr. Lamb and a boy who is 14 years old, Derry. Both are partially disabled. Mr. Lamb is matured man, leading to old age, while Derry, a teenager who has one side face burnt with acid. Derry is downcast because of his burnt face and avoids the people's company because the people look at his face and comment. And in this escapement, by chance, he passes through Mr. Lamb's garden. Finding it quiet and peaceful, and as a privacy, Derry sneaks away to Mr. Lamb's garden secretly. but finds surprised to hear Mr. Lamb's voice. And suddenly he meets a man like this. Derry becomes angry and decides to make a plan to go away from there. But somehow Mr. Lamb tries to explain the things very well. Derry always makes a question in different ways. Mr. Lamb is a matured man. He has experienced and studied the things very well. He is bold and fearless. Even disabled with one leg, having a 10 legs, he learned how to do the works in the garden. He is open-hearted and kind-hearted man likes the company of anyone. By the other hand, Derry, a teenager, always avoid the people, thinking that the people would see him and comment at him. But both meet each other and there is an argument to take the different things. Derry always blames the people and his burnt face, which makes him to think like negative in life. But in spite of all this, Mr. Lamb always explains him that there are other things which he can do and become a positive one in life. But Derry, being depressed, always thinks of his negativity and finally blames himself and other people to comment on it. Mr. Lamb gives him a different types of examples and mentions about a story himself in the house because he has the fear that his feet falls on his skin, banana skin, and he slips away down the fall and the people will laugh at him. And also that while traveling on the road, a vehicle, a bus or motor bus, drive over him and to knock him down. And a girl with whom she or he falls in love and she cheats him away. And different kinds of things he was thinking in his mind. And what happened? One day, a picture in the room fell upon him and he died. Derry laughs at this very much, and Mr. Lamb also. After all, Derry himself tells different types of things, and finally, Mr. Lamb tries to answer all the questions very well. And Mr. Lamb explains him very well, but in spite of all these positive references, Derry remains to stay at his burnt face, thinking that everything will change in the world, but his face would not change. And at last, Mr. Lamb tries to ignore him and to move to the beach, saying that you will not come here again if you visit your home. Derry finds challengeable in such a situation and promises Mr. Lamb that he does not know about him what he can do. Mr. Lamb at this tells him it is only his work to do such kind of thing. But once again Mr. Lamb challenges, telling him that he will not come here again after departure from the garden. But Derry promises Mr. Lamb to come back again in the garden. After all, Derry visits his home again and finding her mother there, his mother there. His mother was asking him where he was. Derry replies her each and everything happened at the garden and likening for the garden. But Derry's mother stops him to stay there at home. Derry replies her that each and everything in the garden attracts to him. So he prefers to go there. And finally, Derry sneaks away the house and finds himself again in Lamb's garden. But here, Mr. Lamb fell down from the ladder and died. Derry cries loudly, but finds Mr. Lamb dead and feels sorry for it. The lesson, the play comes to an end with the lesson that a good man, a motivator, Mr. Lamb, dies who finds a doorway for Derry, who is downcast in the story. And Derry becomes a positive one to face all the challenges in the life. The lesson is a motivation for the young generation who is distracted even at a little thing, which is get away from him. Now we have few words in Hindi. पार्ट ऑन द फेस ऑफ इट एक नाटक है जो एक वयस्क यानी वयोवृद्ध मिस्टर लैम और एक 14 वर्षीय बालक डेरी के बीच की कहानी। डेरी के बाएं ओर का जो चेहरा है वो तेजाब से झुलस जाता है, जिसकी वजह से वो भागा भागा फिरता है और अपने आप को घर में कैद करके रखता है। जब कभी भी बाहर वो निकलता है तो उसे ऐसा लगता है कि लोग उसके चेहरे को देखते हैं और डर जाते हैं और उसके ऊपर भद्दे भद्दे कमेंट करते हैं, इसलिए वो लोगों से बचना चाहता है। इसी क्रम में घर से बाहर निकलता है और भागते भागते एक बगीचे के पास पहुंचता है जो मिस्टर लैम का बगीचा होता है। ये देख करके कि वहाँ पर शांत है, प्राकृतिक वातावरण है, कोई व्यक्ति नहीं है, वो चुपके से उस बगीचे में प्रवेश करता है दीवार फांद करके। लेकिन जब उसे मिस्टर लैम की आवाज़ सुनाई देती है तो वो चौंक जाता है और फिर से वहाँ से भागने का निश्चय कर देता है। मिस्टर लैम उसे समझाते हैं कि उसे वहाँ से भागने की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है। कई अन्य बच्चे वहाँ पर आते हैं और खेलते हैं और फलों को प्राप्त करते हैं। वह उन्हें टॉफियाँ भी देते हैं और उन्हें आराम से खाते हैं। मिस्टर लैम उन्हें बताते हैं कि उनके पास भी एक पैर नहीं है, असली जो पैर है वो युद्ध में चला गया था, इसलिए उन्होंने टिन का पैर लगवाया है। लेकिन डेरी उनसे कहता है कि वे उसके ऊपर ट्राउज़र यानी पैजामा या पैंट पहन लेते हैं और वो हिस्सा छिप जाता है, लेकिन उसका आधा जला हुआ जो चेहरा है वो नहीं छिपता है। इसलिए डेरी कई बार कटाक्ष करता है और मिस्टर लैम से काफ़ी देर तक तर्क करता है। मिस्टर लैम एक धैर्यशील व्यक्ति हैं, वो उसे पूर्ण रूप से समझाने का प्रयास करते हैं और यथाउचित उदाहरण देकर के समझाते हैं। एक बार तो वे उसे एक ऐसा उदाहरण देते हैं जिसमें एक व्यक्ति डर के मारे अपने आप को घर में कैद करके रखता है कि कहीं उसके पैर केले के छिलके पर न पड़ जाएं और वो फिसल करके न गिर जाए, कहीं कोई वाहन सड़क पर चलते समय उसके ऊपर न चढ़ जाए, उसे कुचल न दे, किसी लड़की से वो प्रेम करे और उसे धोखा देकर न चले जाए। ऐसी कुछ बातों को लेकर के वो घर में अधिकतर समय कैद रखता था। एक दिन दुर्भाग्यवश एक पेंटिंग उसके सिर पे ऊपर गिरी और वो मृत्यु को प्राप्त हो गई। इस पर डेरी जो है हंसता है, मिस्टर लैम भी उसका साथ देते हैं। लेकिन सारे उदाहरणों के बावजूद डेरी बार बार यही कहता है कि दुनिया की हर चीज़ बदल सकती है, लेकिन उसका जो आधा जला हुआ चेहरा है वो नहीं बदल सकता है। मिस्टर लैम उसे समझाते हैं कि जीवन में केवल जला हुआ चेहरा ही सब कुछ, बहुत सारे ऐसे कार्य हैं जिनको करके वो अपना जीवन यापन कर सकता है और अपने जीवन को श्रेष्ठ बना सकता है। लेकिन डेरी कहता है कि जब कभी भी लोग उसके चेहरे को देखते हैं तो यही कहते हैं कि ये वो चेहरा है जिसको केवल माँ पसंद करेगी, कोई और नहीं पसंद करेगा। इसलिए वो लोगों से दूर भागता है और लोगों के उस टीका टिप्पणी से बचना चाहता है। बार बार वो कहता है कि कोई भी उसे प्रेम नहीं करेगा, कोई भी उसके गाल पर चुम्बन नहीं देगा, केवल उसकी माँ ही करेगी, क्योंकि उसे ऐसा करना पड़ता है। मिस्टर लैम डेरी को पूर्ण रूपेण तरीके से उचित उदाहरण दे करके समझाते हैं और आखिरकार डेरी जो है उनसे यही कहता है कि सब कुछ बदल सकता है, लेकिन उसका चेहरा नहीं बदल सकता है। मिस्टर लैम कहते हैं ये एक अच्छा बहाना है, अगर तुम घर पर चले जाओगे तो तुम वापस इस बगीचे में नहीं आ पाओगे। डेरी कहता है कि मिस्टर लैम से कि उन्हें ये नहीं मालूम कि वो क्या कर सकता है। मिस्टर लैम कहते हैं भाई ये चीज़ आप ही कर सकते हो, ये आप ही के ऊपर है। लेकिन वो कहते हैं कि अगर तुम एक बार यहाँ से गए तो तुम घर से वापस नहीं आ पाओगे। डेरी कहता है मैं वापस आ जाऊँगा, मैं वापस आ जाऊँगा। डेरी घर जाता है जहाँ पर अपनी माँ को पाता है। उसकी माँ उससे कहती है कि तुम्हें वहाँ जाने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, मुझे पता है कि लोग कैसी कैसी बातें करते हैं। डेरी कहता नहीं, मुझे वो जगह अच्छी लगती है, मुझे उसके विचार अच्छे लगते हैं, मुझे वहाँ सब कुछ अच्छा लगता है और अगर मैं इस समय वहाँ नहीं जा पाया तो कभी दोबारा नहीं जा पाऊँगा। अपनी माँ के कई बार रोकने के बावजूद भी डेरी फिर से मिस्टर लैम के बगीचे में पहुँचता है और जब वहाँ पहुँचता है तो देखता है कि मिस्टर लैम सीढ़ियों से गिर गए होते हैं और मृतप्राय होते हैं और उनकी मृत्यु हो जाती है। डेरी बहुत ज़ोर से चिल्लाता है, सिसकियाँ भरता है और पूरी तरह से रोता है और पश्चाताप करता है। लेकिन वो व्यक्ति जिसने उनका मार्गदर्शन किया डेरी का, वो अब इस दुनिया में नहीं है। नाटक या एकांकी इस चीज़ को सिखाती है कि जीवन में हमें विषम परिस्थितियों में भी धैर्यवान होकर के आने वाले कल का, आने वाली चुनौतियों का सामना करना होता है। एक कमियां या कई कमियां होने के बावजूद भी जीवन के कुछ अलग पहलू हैं जिनको हमें समझना होगा और उन्हीं के आधार पर जीवन को जीना होगा। किसी चीज़ से अगर हम अपना एस्केपमेंट ढूंढते हैं यानी उससे दूर हटने की कोशिश करते हैं तो जीवन का अंतिम लक्ष्य नहीं है। जीवन को हमें चुनौतियों का सामना करके जीना ही पड़ेगा। इस पाठ को ध्यानपूर्वक पढ़ें और महत्वपूर्ण बिंदुओं पर ध्यान दें। इस सारांश को आप समझिएगा और उसके बाद कमेंट में शेयर करके बताइएगा कि ये आपको कैसा लगेगा। और जो नए लोग देख रहे हैं कृपया चैनल को सब्सक्राइब जरूर करें। धन्यवाद। So very good evening to all of you, the students. And now we are going to summarize the lesson number 4, the enemy. The lesson belongs to the period when there was the World War. I think World War First, when America and Japan were bitter enemy. And there are the important character in this story, Dr. Sadao, Hana, and the white American soldier along with Sadao's father. Sadao was Japanese and his father chief concern was to get him as a doctor, for which he had struggled a lot, and he wanted him to a doctor. For the further study, he sent him to America, where he learnt about medicine. An American professor taught him to save a man as long as possible without any discrimination either on the race, culture, or any racial background or about on the country. After all, Sadao returned to Japan not only as a surgeon but also scientist. In the same period, Sadao and Hana had a meeting, and it was by chance Sadao was invited to an American professor where Hana was already there. Hana was an American medical student and was already there at the professor's house where Sadao went and they became friends. The friendship became closer and closer, and finally it was so close that they were ready to get married. They did not marry very early, but they returned to Japan and Sadao's father arranged the marriage in Japanese ways. After that, they lived together with happiness. Meanwhile, an incident took place that when both were at their roof, they saw a man floating in sea water. They got down and found out the American war prisoner. They were in dilemma whether they save him or not. And after all, being a human being, they felt pity on the man and took him to their house, where Sadao and Hana, though they did not like to do something for them, but after all, Sadao decided to operate him as he was seriously injured. Before operation, Sadao was in dilemma whether to operate him or not. Even he was unable to find out the fact why he was going to save the man, an American prisoner who was his enemy. After all, Sadao decided to operate him. During this period, Hana cooperated him very well, and Sadao asked Hana to get closer to him as the white man needed anesthesia during the period of surgery. Hana helped Sadao to do as he had instructed, and after all, after a hard work, Sadao succeeded to get the bullet out of the white man's body. And during this period, Sadao was just like a normal surgeon, forgot even that he was his enemy. And when Sadao operated him very well, the man got recovered. As soon as the man got recovered, Sadao remembered of his promise as a countryman. It was his duty as a countryman to inform the police surgeon. So, in this perspective, Sadao sent the white man. Sadao did not send, rather he thought about it to inform the old general. He informed about the presence of the white man in his house to the general. The general, who was treated by Sadao, that's why he told Sadao that he would save him every possible way without any execution. And he told him that he would send 2 murderers at any planned night to kill him and manage all the things. Sadao waited for the murderers, but they could not come, as the general forgot the promise and he did not send them. And finally, when Sadao understood the thing, he decided the man to save him again. He decided to send him his own native country where he lived. And for this, he secretly bought the belongings for the white man from the market and arranged a boat where all the belongings were loaded on it. And he gave the white man his own torch which he used during the operation. And he informed him to signal him once if everything was safe, as it was a necessary thing for him. But he instructed him not to signal at night because he would be observed. He told him to wait for a Korean ship, and after all, the things will be managed. During the situation, when Sadao was in such a condition, another part we have to know that during this process, the gardener, Yumi, the cook, and other servant left Sadao's house. In such a critical situation, Hana was not accustomed to do the hard labor of the kitchen. But anyhow, she managed the things very well. She did not find herself in such a situation to be hopeless. Rather, she managed the things. Even Sadao also cooperated her well. Both of them helped each other to face such kind of challenges in life. And the gardener was suspected for this on his own young master Sadao. The servant thought that for so many years they lived in America and they forgot the duty as a countryman and as a patriot. But Sadao understood the things very well. Now the question arises, as far as the Sadao's character is concerned, it is the most important question from this chapter. Sadao had performed every values, and for the sake of all this, as a doctor, he treated his own patient, though he was his enemy, but did not show any partiality or any indifference to it. Rather, he treated well to the white man. And finally, as a doctor, he helped him to save his life. And as far as the countryman is concerned, he reported the general about the presence of the white man. And he did not show any partiality or any secret here. Rather, he reported to the old general. So as a countryman, he performed this job. As a human being, Sadao did what his inner feeling communicated to him. And after all, this chapter, the enemy here justified the things that humanity is supreme all over this. Though the white man was his enemy, an American soldier, but as a human being, he was doing his own duty. And as a doctor, Sadao was doing his own duty. But Sadao was in dilemma of doing his dual duty, first as a doctor and second as a countryman. As a doctor, he was taught by American professor to save a man as long as possible, without any discrimination or difference on the basis of culture, religion, or any native country. So after all, Sadao did what his professor had taught him. And on the other hand, it was his duty to report what happened, especially with him, as it was a patriot feelings to the country, and it was his duty as a countryman to surrender the white man to the general. So he reported the general about the presence of all this. Now we have a quick summary in Hindi about the lesson, the enemy. The lesson, the enemy. सप्लीमेंट्री के चौथे पार्ट से उद्धृत द एनमी, जिसका नाम है शत्रु। ये कहानी उस विश्व युद्ध की है जब अमेरिका और जापान दुश्मन थे। यहाँ पर जापान का एक बालक है जिसका नाम सडाओ है। जिसके पिता की सबसे बड़ी चिंता थी कि वह उसे पढ़ा लिखा करके एक डॉक्टर बनाए। जापान में चिकित्सा पद्धति इतनी त्वरित नहीं थी, इसलिए उन्होंने उसे पढ़ाई के लिए अमेरिका भेजा। अमेरिका जाने पर उसे अमेरिका के चिकित्सा विज्ञान के प्रोफेसर ने पूरी तरीके से शिक्षित किया, चिकित्सा में, एनाटॉमी में, शरीर रचना क्रिया विज्ञान में, और उसे निर्देशित किया कि एक डॉक्टर का कर्तव्य है आने वाले जो व्यक्ति है, इतना अगर घायल है तो जितने लंबे समय तक हो सके उसकी रक्षा की जाए, जात के आधार पर, नस्ल के आधार पर, किसी देश के आधार पर न की जाए, अपितु उसकी जान बचाई जाए। और इसी दौरान सड़ाओ की मुलाकात अमेरिका के एक विद्यार्थी, एक लड़की जिसका नाम हना था, जिससे उसकी मुलाकात हुई। संयोगवश सड़ाओ को भी अमेरिकन प्रोफेसर के द्वारा घर पर आमंत्रित किया गया था, जहां पर हना पहले से मौजूद थी। दोनों की मुलाकात हुई और दोनों मित्रता में बन गए। धीरे धीरे उनकी मित्रता इतनी नजदीक होती गई कि वे वैवाहिक दाम्पत्य सूत्र की ओर आ गए। लेकिन उन्होंने कोई जल्दबाजी नहीं की। फिर जब वे जापान पहुंचे तो उनके पिता ने पूरी तरीके से शादी का जो प्रबंध था वो जापानी तरीके से किया और वो एक परिवार के रूप में साथ साथ रहने लगे। इसी दरमियान उन्हें, जब वे छत पर टहल रहे थे तो उन्हें एक व्यक्ति पानी में तैरता हुआ दिखाई दिया। जब वे नीचे आए तो उन्होंने आग पहचाना तो देखा कि वो अमेरिका का युद्ध का एक कैदी था, एक अमेरिकन था जो उनका दुश्मन था। दोनों इस दुविधा में पड़ गए कि इस आदमी का क्या किया जाए। वो आदमी दिखने में मासूम लगता था कि उस पर हना को दया गई और फिर सड़ाओ और हना दोनों उसको अपने कमरे में लेकर के आए और अंततः डॉक्टर सड़ाओ ने एक डॉक्टर होने के नाते उसका ऑपरेशन किया और पूरी तरह से उसका इलाज किया। जब वो पूरी तरह से जो है ठीक हो गया तो डॉक्टर सड़ाओ ने बूढ़े जनरल को सूचना पहुंचा दी कि एक श्रक्त व्यक्ति एक रात उसके घर आया था और उसने उसका पूरी तरीके से इलाज किया। बूढ़ा जनरल इस बात पर पूरी तरीके से और भी आश्वस्त हो गया। उसने सड़ाओ से कहा कि अगर उस बूढ़े जनरल को एक बार बेहोशी की स्थिति भी आ जाए तो उसे सड़ाओ पर भरोसा हो गया कि स्वाभाविक रूप से वो उसे मारने नहीं देगा। और वो हंसा कि आपका व्यक्तित्व ही ऐसा है कि आप इतना अच्छा काम कर रहे हो, और उसे आश्वासन दिया कि वो चिंतित ना हो, उसके खिलाफ कोई कार्रवाई नहीं होगी। अपितु वो 2 हत्यारों को भेज देगा किसी रात को, जो उसको अंदर ही अंदर मार करके उसकी लाश को भी गायब कर देंगे। सड़ाओ मन ही मन संकुचित हुआ, लेकिन जो बूढ़ा जनरल था वो इस वादे को भूल गया और आखिरकार सड़ाओ ने उसको उसके स्वदेश भेजने का पूरी तरीके से प्रबंध कर दिया और उसके लिए बाजार से आवश्यक सामग्री खरीदी और उसे एक नौका का प्रबंध करके उस पर सारी सामग्री को रख दिया। और रखने के बाद उसे निर्देशानुसार अपनी टार्च दे दी, जिसको वो चिकित्सा के समय इस्तेमाल करता था, और उससे कहा कि गोधूल बेला से पहले वो उसे उस टार्च से एक बार संकेत कर देना कि सब कुछ ठीक है और वो एक कोरियाई जहाज का इंतजार करेगा। लेकिन निर्देशित ये किया कि रात के अंधेरे में न करे, अन्यथा वो देख लिया जाएगा। इसके उपरांत ये जो पाठ है इसमें नौकर का भी हम जिक्र करेंगे, जिसमें यूमी जो रसोईया था, एक बूढ़ा माली था और अन्य जो नौकर थे, ये सब उस समय पर छोड़कर चले गए जिस समय सड़ाओ ने उस आदमी की चिकित्सा की। लेकिन हना एक ऐसी लड़की जो इन कठिन कार्यों को करने में अभ्यस्त नहीं थी, उसने बड़ी बहादुरी से इन परिस्थितियों का सामना किया, सड़ाओ की हर संभव मदद की और वो इन परिस्थितियों में उसने कभी भी अपनी हिम्मत नहीं हारी और बहादुरी से हर चीज का मुकाबला किया। तो सड़ाओ का जो चरित्र है वो अपने आप में इसमें श्रेष्ठ है ही है, साथ ही साथ हना का भी चरित्र भी अपने आप में श्रेष्ठ है। दोनों ने मिल करके इस परिस्थिति का डटकर मुकाबला किया। ये पाठ इस ओर इंगित करता है कि सर्वप्रथम एक मानव होने के नाते कोई भी व्यक्ति है उसकी रक्षा करना उसका दायित्व है। एक चिकित्सक होने के नाते कि बिना किसी भेदभाव के वो किसी की भी रक्षा करे। ये इस पाठ का सारांश था। इस पाठ को पुनः एक बार आप अध्ययन करेंगे। कहीं पर कोई भी चीज अगर आपको असहज लगती है तो उसके बारे में आप कमेंट के माध्यम से सूचित करें या किसी अन्य माध्यम से आप सूचित कर सकते हैं। आपके उन समस्त प्रविष्टियों को समय पाकर के उसका निदान किया जाएगा। अब आप आगे के लिए प्रतीक्षित रहेंगे और पूरी तरीके से इसका अवलोकन करेंगे। धन्यवाद।
स्कूल के बच्चों को सिखाते हो या फिर कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्जाम्स की तैयारी कराते हो, गवर्नमेंट एग्जाम सिखाते हो या फिर लाइक म्यूजिक एंड डांस, टेलरिंग सिखाते हो या ट्रेडिंग, एस्ट्रोलॉजी सिखाते हो या फिर इंग्लिश स्पीकिंग, सब सिखाओ अपनी ऐप अपनी वेबसाइट पर। फ्री डेमो लो और स्टार्ट करो। बस ऑनलाइन जाने का इस मौका और कहां मिलेगा।
Very good evening, students. In this session, we are once again going to discuss about the next lesson in supplementary, that is Journey to the End of the Earth. The lesson belongs to a journey by the South writer Tishani Doshi, who was on Russia's research vision during the secondary students, and she visited Antarctica, the coldest, windiest and the driest continent in the world. It was program and ice. Through this program, the writer visited there, and whatever she has observed there discussed in the lesson. In the beginning, the lesson describes about the historical background of Antarctica. When it was a warm place in the beginning, when the creatures like dinosaurs were at that time, and it was Gondwana, the amalgamated landmass, when there were high temperatures and the creatures like dinosaurs, mammoth were survived at that time. And there were huge variety of flora and fauna at that time. For the millions year Gondwana thrived, and after that the mammals got underway when the climate became cool. And it was a rare place to understand what was in the beginning. And later on, the writer Tishani Doshi started her journey from Madras to the Antarctica. Let us discuss about Antarctica. As we know, it was an amalgamated mass in the beginning of the earth, and finally it shaped the countries like today. The most important fact about the Antarctica is that it maintains the temperature of the earth. For a few times it has been seen, because of the overpopulation, there is overconsumption of the four biological system, and because of this there is a threat of the global warming. And after the threat of the global warming, it is the risk factor for melting the glaciers, causing the coastal town to be sink. As we are going to discuss about some important points that reflect especially as the questions perspective, and the most important one, the phytoplankton. Phytoplankton are those single-celled plants that nourish at least 90% of food chain of the marine animals. And these single plants participate in an important process called photosynthesis. Organic compounds glucose to produce as a food. And on the other hand, the scholars, the scientists mention that there is the depletion of the ozone layers, and they want, if there is a further depletion in the ozone layers, there is a threat of global warming, and because of the threat of the global warming, there is the risk of the living creatures also on the earth. And we have to move. The next important topic is the program on the ice. The writer Tishani Doshi visited the Antarctica. It also based on the program on ice. It was first created by the Canadian Joplin, who was tired of courting the celebrities, retired men, and also the old ones, because they a little about it, and there was no a comfortable response by them. That's why the writer decided this time to go in such kind of a tour. And the Canadian Joplin, through the student program on ice, decided to secondary students to visit the Earth's important perspective, so that they can understand the important process, that is the climate change, that is the threat of global warming, and also a lot of harm done to the surroundings. The secondary students are the curiosity seekers. They will understand the importance of the process after knowing all kind of activities, and they will also aware the people here to understand about the planet and how to protect it. It was the program on ice. And definitely Now we move to the perspective of life on the earth. Is a very important place because it is pristine, because of the lack of diversity, and human cannot stay here as far as this.
When we talk about food, we also have to talk about its carbon footprint. Instead of relying entirely on finite fossil fuel resources, cartons are made mainly from paper, a renewable material that can be replenished. And combined with material layers and aseptic technology, cartons help keep perishable foods safe without the need for energy-intensive refrigeration. That's why cartons score better from a carbon footprint perspective for perishable food. Go with carton, the pack that protects.
let us talk about the human impact on the earth, on the planet. Before humans' arrival, each and everything was on a peaceful atmosphere. In a nature has arrived on the earth, it made a ruckus, it made a chaotic conditions with a dominance of on this earth, itching to find out the surroundings as well as the entire perspective on the earth. And hence, the human has created a lot of problem for the entire environment. Nowadays, because of the burning fuels, there is a thick layer of the carbon dioxide around us. And because of the pollution, slowly or steadily, the temperature of the earth is increasing. And because of this, we understand that there is a threat of global warming. And because of the global warming, there is an untimely climate change. Sometimes we see that there is heavy rain, sometimes there is drought, and sometimes there is imbalance of the things in the atmosphere. And for this, the human has left us battling with other species. Human has a great impact on. Now we have few words in Hindi for the lesson Journey to the End of the Earth. Journey to the End of the Earth दक्षिण भारतीय लेखिका तिसानी दोषी की रूसी अनुसंधान जहाज पर की गई एक यात्रा है, जो धरती के उस छोर की यात्रा है जहां पर बर्फ ही बर्फ है। ये मद्रास की भूमध्य रेखा से उस क्षेत्र की ओर आरंभ हुई जहां पर 9 समय विभाजक बिंदु, 6 भूखंड और 3 भाग पानी यानी जल है। इसमें लेखिका बताती है कि जो अंटार्कटिका है, ये आरंभ में एक मिश्रित भूभाग था जहां पर तापमान अधिक था, जीव विद्यमान थे और ढेर सारी वनस्पतियां और जीव अंत में थे। कालांतर में इन जीवों का लोप हो गया और धरती पर स्तनधारियों का आना आरंभ हुआ। धीरे धीरे ये विशालकाय जो हिमखंड थे, ये टूटते गए और दुनिया को आज वर्तमान जैसा आकार प्रदान किया। इसमें लेखिका बताती है कि जैसे जैसे वो भूखंड अलग हुए, मध्य में एक ध्रुवीय धारा आ गई जो इसे ठंडा बनाए हुए है, यानी धरती की सतह को ठंडा बनाए हुए ताकि इसका तापमान न बढ़ सके। जब तक मानव इस धरती पर नहीं आया था, सब कुछ शुद्ध था और सब कुछ प्राकृतिक यानी स्वाभाविक रूप से चल रहा था। जैसे ही मानव का इस धरती पर आगमन हुआ, उसने प्राकृतिक संसाधन का अत्यधिक दोहन किया और इस प्रकृति को अपने नियंत्रण में रखने की उसे खुजली सी लग गई और उसने यहाँ पर अशांति पैदा कर दी, जिससे अन्य जीव जंतुओं को खतरा हो गया और प्राकृतिक असंतुलन पैदा हो गया। वर्तमान में देखा जाए तो फाइटोप्लैंक्टन एक कोष की वनस्पति है जो लगभग 90% समुद्री जीवों के भोजन का पोषण। If we talk about humans' arrival on this planet is concerned, the prognosis is not good because human had overconsumed the natural resources and also left us other species battling with us. We can understand that there were the many creatures departed from this planet because of the lack of natural atmosphere, and it is our planet. We must understand that we have to protect it. And after reading this lesson, we find out that Antarctica is a safe zone, a kind of place which protects us from the burning temperature, and it is necessary to Antarctica to maintain the living existence on the earth. So the lesson Journey to the End of the Earth was based on Tisani Dothi's academic tour on Russian research vessel to the end of the planet, to respect the planet, to understand the planet, and to aware the others about it, that they must understand the threat of the global warming and a cause of unnecessary climate change, a cause of the existence of the other living being to be extinct. So it is our duty that being a human being, we must understand the importance of other living beings and to protect our earth. And hence we वैज्ञानिकों ने सावधान किया है कि अगर ओजोन की परत में आगे फिर से छह हुई तो फाइटोप्लैंक्टन की क्रियाकलाप पर असर पड़ेगा और समस्त जो श्रृंखला चरमरा जाएगी और यहाँ तक कि जीवों का अस्तित्व भी विलुप्त हो सकता है। इसलिए जो है ओजोन परत को क्षय होने से रोका जाए। तिसानी दोषी जिस कार्यक्रम के तहत गए उसका नाम था विद्यार्थियों का बर्फ पर आना, और इसी वजह से जो माध्यमिक स्तर के विद्यार्थियों को ले जाया गया ताकि वे अत्यधिक इसमें रुचि लें और बड़े उत्साह के साथ वे इस धरती पर जीवन के महत्व को समझेंगे, विशेषकर जलवायु परिवर्तन को जो अंटार्कटिका में पूरी तरीके से परिलक्षित हो रहा है, जहां पर अनेकों प्रकार से हिमखंड बनते और बिगड़ते दिखाई दे रहे हैं। अंटार्कटिका अपने आप में एक अजूबा है, एक रहस्य है और परीक्षण की दृष्टि से, प्रयोग की दृष्टि से अत्यंत विशुद्ध स्थान है, क्योंकि यहाँ पर जैव विविधता का अभाव है। तिसानी दोषी ने यहाँ पर इसकी जो जलवायु की विशेषता उसके बारे में बताया है कि यहाँ पर अनेकों प्रकार के वायुमंडल हैं और इस विविधता और विशुद्धता के कारण अंटार्कटिका आज भी वो स्थान है जहाँ पर हम वर्तमान भूत और भविष्य के बारे में जान सकते हैं। ये एक विशुद्ध स्थान है जिससे हम वर्तमान में रहते हुए भूत की स्थिति का पता लगा सकते हैं। अतः ये जो पार्ट जर्नी टू द एंड ऑफ द अर्थ है, ये प्राकृतिक उन दृश्यों का चित्रण कर रहा है और हमें उस उत्तरी ध्रुव की ओर बता रहा है जहाँ पर ये धरती अपने आप में सुरक्षित है और इसके बढ़ते तापक्रम को इस प्रकार विशुद्ध रखेंगे, अन्यथा बढ़ते हुए तापक्रम के Dear students, once again very good morning to all of you and welcome to in our official channel, Ramesh Sir Official, and we are just in underway to the supplementary lessons where we are going to discuss about the next lesson number 2, and it is the tiger, a famous lesson. In this lesson, the writer describes about man's attitude towards animal. As we know, since the very beginning, the man has been hunting animals, and because of its own hobbies, but as we know, it is an offense. And hence, in this story, a kind of either it is a parable or it is kind of something which is based on a fiction. But in spite of all this, it has a kind of fact or moral like that. The story is having something left before this. And in this story, there is an incident which is a very different one. But the narrator narrated it very beautifully. The narrator is Kalki. And we shall move next. In this chapter, the story begins to a royal family of Pradhavanpuram, where the prince was born. And when he was born, the astrologers were called for the prediction of the royal prince in the family. All the astrologers visited there and predicted of the prince's greatness, saying that he will be a great king, the warrior of warriors, champion of champions, hero of heroes. But one thing was there which the chief astrologers decided not to speak about it. But the newborn child was barely 10 days ago made a great words from his upper lips. When the chief astrologer tried to make it out, then he was forced to speak about the prediction, which was the important one in this story. The chief astrologer predicted of his death by a tiger. At this, the royal prince growled with the words saying that let the tigers be aware. In reply, the British officer's wife told that she agreed the British officer by doing this and thanks to the king. And finally, the Tiger King retained his kingdom paying so much cost. And finally, when the Tiger King killed all the tigers in his state, now he needed to kill more to fulfill his promise to kill the 100 tigers. So now he had to marry the princess of nearby state, and he also started killing there the number of tigers. But soon the number of came to an end, and finally the king succeeded to kill 99 tigers. Now one more tiger needed to fulfill his promise of 100, but it was easy to say than to find 100 tiger. And finally, somehow, Diwan managed the 100 tiger after years. So it is a very necessary for him to find the 100 tiger for him to make his anger silent. And finally, the Diwan managed the 100 tiger from a park at Madras and managed the tiger to release him in the forest nearby where the now few words in the story The Tiger King. The Tiger King एक कथानक है, कल्पित है, लेकिन इसके पीछे बहुत सारा मोरल यानी नैतिकता का संदेश छोड़ जाती है। एक व्यक्ति का किसी भी वन्य जीव के प्रति इतना हिंसक होना वो स्वयं में चिंता का विषय है। एक भविष्यवाणी में पढ़ करके और किसी जीव की हत्या करना वो भी अपने आप में मनुष्य के जानवर के प्रति रवैये को दिखाता है। इस कहानी में राजघराना हुए राजकुमार का उल्लेख है, जिसके बारे में जोशियों ने उसके जीवन के बारे में भविष्यवाणी कर दी थी। लोगों ने उसको महानतम बताया, योद्धाओं में योद्धा बताया, विजेताओं में विजेता बताया, और प्रमुख जोशी ने आगे कुछ कहना चाहा कि वो रुक गया, लेकिन जब उससे विवश किया गया तो उसने ये भी कह दिया कि राजकुमार का जो जन्म हुआ है वो वृष नक्षत्र में हुआ है, इसलिए इनकी जो मृत्यु है वो चीते से होगी। इस पर जो शिशु था वो डरने के बजाय पूरी तरीके से गुर्राया और कहा कोई संदेह नहीं होना चाहिए और इसमें कोई समझदारी नहीं है, बल्कि ये बताया जाए कि मृत्यु गर्भ किस प्रकार से होगी। इस पर प्रमुख जोशी ने सवे चीते से सावधान रहने की बात कही थी। जब टाइगर किंग युवा हुआ तो उसे उस भविष्यवाणी के बारे में याद आया और वहां से उसने चीतों का शिकार करने की अपनी कार्य योजना शुरू कर दी। जिस समय वो अपनी इस कार्य योजना में लगा हुआ था, तभी एक अनजानी बाधा उसके जीवन में आ खड़ी हुई।
टर 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 सिस्टर बीना का मैसेज आया है, अर्जेंट। लिखा है मेरे बच्चे के ट्रीटमेंट के लिए 1 लाख रुपए चाहिए डॉक्टर, तुरंत भेज दीजिए प्लीज।
सिस्टर बीना, मैं पहले सिस्टर बीना को फोन करके पूछूंगी फिर भेजूंगी, क्योंकि मैं मूर्ख नहीं हूँ।
वेल डन डॉक्टर। यूपीआई कहता है अगर पहचान के व्यक्ति से भी ऐसे मैसेज आए तो हो सकता है कि उनके मैसेजिंग ऐप हैक हो, तो पहले नॉर्मल कॉल करके चेक करो और कहो मैं मूर्ख नहीं हूँ। जाइए आप भी किसी का टेस्ट लीजिए।
Very good evening to all of you, dear students. And after finishing the summary of the post section, now we enter the supplementary. Here, in this sequence, Now we turn to lesson number first, the third level. The third level, you know that a kind of fantasy. Whatever we think are different, whatever we imagine, something like that we imagine about the past. The lesson, the third level refers to such kind of story by a guy, means a man named Charlie. Charlie worked in an office and one day he got late to go to his home. Hence he thought to pass a subway, a shortcut to reach his home early. By doing this, he passed through a tunnel which was unknown to him. And crossing the tunnel, he reached a level which was unknown to him, where the things were old looking, the people were old looking, and there were the wooden chambers, windows, and finally he called it the third level. And all this happened at New York railway station in the Grand Central building where he worked. When Charlie told his psychiatric friend Sam Banner about this, then Sam Banner told Charlie that it was his waking dream, his wish fulfillment, and a refuse from reality, because the modern world is full of fear, doubt, uncertainty, anxiety, war, and insecurity. And that is why he talks like this. But Charlie wanted to prove his idea of the third level, for which he turned to collect the things that belong to the old one, like American Rashtrapati, President Franklin Roosevelt, who also collected the stamps. And he also collected the envelope and also the newspaper of the old time. Meanwhile, he thought of all this. He decided to go to Galsburg, the place which was considered a peaceful one. For this, Charlie went to coin dealer to exchange his new and the current currency to the old ones, as he wanted to go Galsburg in the past century in 1894. So for this reason, he collected the old style bills, and when he visited the counter and asked the booking clerk to give him the ticket, paying the money, then the booking clerk told him that the money that he gave was not a real one, and it was a fraud. At this, Charlie realized the situation and turned back on his feet from there, as he knew that it was a kind of thing to go to jail. Hence he departed his home. And after that, he was lost in such kind of ideas. Meanwhile, he found one envelope which was of the past time, but it was not like the other. It was written in a paper that was addressed to his grandfather, and the address was belonging to his friend Sam, where in the letter he had requested to come with Lucia to Sam, as the Sam requested both of them to visit there in such a atmosphere which is full of peace and nature, and someone was playing piano there, and the bird was singing nearly home like the song. And it was a kind of fantasy that Charlie realized at the न्यूयॉर्क रेलवे स्टेशन ग्रांड सेंट्रल बिल्डिंग, where he found such kind of happening, whether it was real or not. जब लिफाफे को उसने खोला तो उसमें कुछ यूं लिखा था। उसके मित्र ने उस लिफाफे पर उसके दादाजी का पता लिखा था और उसमें उसने अनुरोध किया था चार्ली से कि चार्ली अपनी पत्नी लूसिया सहित वहां पर चली जाए, जिसे गैसबर्ग कहा गया, जब पर तीसरा तल है। प्राकृतिक वातावरण अत्यधिक शांत, जहां पर उसका मित्र सैम अपना पुराना अनाज और भूसे का व्यापार कर रहा था, जहां पर अब भी कोई सिंग नेली होम नामक गीत गा रहा था, कोई पियानो बजा रहा था। सुकून के पल थे, शांति के पल थे और वहां पर इतना ज्यादा अशांति नहीं थी। और उसने चार्ली से कहा,
झंझनाहट से जल्द आराम पाएं सेंसोडाइन रैपिड रिलीफ के साथ।
Are you still jumping between the apps to adjust and analyze your F&O position? Stop this chaos and try FastTalk. With FastTalk, you'll be able to analyze your position, check the payoff, execute the trades directly from the option chain with one click. The new way of trading F&O is here. Try FastTalk today. Download the app now.
Investments in the securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
कि कृपया यहाँ आ जाइए, अपनी पत्नी को साथ लेकर के भेजिए और ढूंढते रहिए तीसरा तल, क्योंकि तीसरा तल है और वो तीसरा तल कोई और नहीं बल्कि केवल ये एक मानसिक रूप से, वैचारिक रूप से, काल्पनिक रूप से मन की संतुष्टि के लिए किया गया चिंतन का स्तर था। इस जीवन की वो स्टेज है जिसको हम कभी कभी ट्रांजिशन मान देते हैं, एक जगह से दूसरी जगह पे पहुंच जाते हैं और वास्तविकता में हम जीवन में कल्पनाओं को और वास्तविकताओं को जोड़ करके ही सामंजस्य बना करके चलते हैं। कभी कभी वास्तविक दुनिया से जब हम पूरी तरह से ऊब जाते हैं तो ये कल्पनाओं का दौर होता है, जहाँ पर हम चिंतन करके ही सही अपने आप को सुकून दे देते हैं। ये पाठ वास्तव में मनोरंजन हास्य से परिपूर्ण है, लेकिन एक दार्शनिक पक्ष भी छोड़ के चला जाता है, जहाँ पर हमारा तो देखा कि तीसरे तल पर उसे चीजें बिल्कुल अजीब दिखी और इसी को उसने तीसरा तल कह दिया। और जब उसने इसका जिक्र अपने मनोचिकित्सक मित्र से किया, उसने कहा, ये आपका एक जागता हुआ सपना, आपकी इच्छा पूर्ति, क्योंकि आप वास्तविकता की दुनिया से भागना चाहते हैं। जैसा कि आजकल की जो दुनिया है वो भय से, तनाव से, चिंता से, असुरक्षा से और युद्ध से भरी हुई है। इसीलिए वो तंग आकर के इन सब से दूर भागना चाहता है। जब भी चार्ली तीसरे तल की बात करता, उसकी जो पत्नी लूसिया है उसे बहुत ही बेचैनी होती, बहुत ही दुखी होती, क्योंकि उसे ये डर था कि कहीं चार्ली उस परिवार को छोड़ करके, उस सारी जिम्मेदारी को छोड़ करके अलग न चला जाए। उसे लगता था कि ये चार्ली का एक पागलपन है और वो तीसरा तल ढूंढना बंद कर दे। लेकिन चार्ली कहाँ मानने वाला था, वो तो सिद्ध करना चाहता था कि तीसरा तल है। इसके लिए वो पुरानी चीजों का संग्रह करने लगा, लिफाफों को इकट्ठा करने लगा, डाक टिकट को इकट्ठा करने लगा, पुराने समय के समाचार पत्रों को इकट्ठा करने लगा। और तो और वो उस जगह पे जाने लगा जहां पर उसे ऐसा लगा कि ये पुराने चलन का रेलवे ट्रैक, पुराने चलन के लोकोमोटिव डीजल इंजन। इन सारी चीजों को साबित करने के लिए वो पूरी तरह से लादे था। आखिरकार उसको द वर्ल्ड नामक एक पुराना समाचार पत्र मिल गया, जिसके पेज उसको लाइब्रेरी में भी मिले और उसने इस चीज को सिद्ध करने की कोशिश की कि तीसरा तल है। तभी क्या हुआ कि उसे कुछ पुराने लिफाफे मिल गए। उन लिफाफों में ढूंढते ढूंढते उसे एक ऐसा लिफाफा मिल गया जो अंदर से खाली। थर्ड लेवल, तीसरा तल, एक फैंटेसी, एक कल्पना जो हर किसी के मन में होती है। ऐसे ही एक कल्पना चार्ली नामक व्यक्ति के अंदर आई जब उसने ग्रांड सेंट्रल स्टेशन में तीसरे तल का अनुभव किया। एक समय, यूं कह लीजिए एक रात, जब वो कार्य करके ऑफिस से देर में घर के लिए निकला तो उसे जाने की जल्दी थी। उसने विचार किया कि वह जो है छोटे रास्ते से जाएगा, और ऐसा करते हुए एक सुरंग से पहुंचा। और जब वो सुरंग से होकर पहुंचा तो उसे एक ऐसी जगह नजर आई जो बिल्कुल विचित्र थी, और जहां पर पुरानी चलन की चीजें थीं। और वहां जो टिकट की खिड़कियां थीं वो लकड़ी की थी, पूरी तरीके से पुरानी चलन की थी, थूकदान पीतल के थे। लोग जो वहां पर थे वो चश्मे पहने हुए थे और उनके ऊपर सुरक्षा कवच भी था। जिन लोगों को वहां पर उसने देखा वो लंबे कद के थे, ढीले कपड़ों में थे, मूछें बड़ी थीं और दाढ़ियां भी बड़ी बड़ी थीं। महिलाएं भी लूज वस्त्रों में थीं और सब कुछ 19वीं शताब्दी जैसा था। यद्यपि वो 20वीं शताब्दी में है, लेकिन बात 19वीं शताब्दी की कर रहा कि उसका वो वैचारिक चिंतन है जो उसे ले जाता है 100 साल पीछे की ओर, यानी पिछली सदी में, जहाँ पर वो सुकून के पल का अनुभव करता है और चिंतन करता है और अपने आप।
These mountains have taught me resilience and compassion. The Fujifilm mobile health van with mobile blood chemistry technology is transforming remote and public health access and care. The waterless procedures with high accuracy and results under 6 minutes is giving assurance to many that we are always with them.
Dear students, and good evening to all of you, and we are going to once again discuss about a new lesson from our prose section, that is going places. In this story there is a story of an adolescent, a teenager girl named Sufi, who is always in daydream, thinking about an ambitious life which is full of luxury, which is full of entertaining, that is her best fulfillment. Though she was born in a poor family where somehow the daily things are managed, as the father was a mechanic and also his brother was a mechanic. In such a poverty-stricken family, Sufi was a different one. She thought of all the luxurious. Meanwhile, she was with her friend Nancy, and both were on way to market, talking about starting a market, where Sufi told Jansi that she would also start a boutique. But Jansi was surprised at this, as she knew that she would not get so much money to start such kind of business. But unaware of the fact, Sufi thought that she would become a manager in the biscuit factory, and she would become a model and or a fashion designer or become an actress to perform. Dear students, and good evening to all of you, and we are going to once again discuss about a new lesson from our prose section, that is going places. In this story there is a story of an adolescent, a teenager girl named Sufi, who is always in daydream, thinking about an ambitious life which is full of luxury, which is full of entertaining, that is her best fulfillment. Though she was born in a poor family where somehow the daily things are managed, as the father was a mechanic and also his brother was a mechanic. In such a poverty-stricken family, Sufi was a different one. She thought of all the luxurious things. Meanwhile, she was with her friend Jansi. And Jansi told her that it needs a lot of money. But Sufi thought it is a very easy thing to earn money. Meanwhile, in this perspective, she now talks about a celebrity, a football player in the United team, and he is Danny Casey. He assumes a different motive in life. She thinks of him about to become a something with him. And here she assumes an ideology to meet him in Roy's window at the arcade while she was with her little brother Derek to go to market. First, she revealed this story to her brother Job. Job was surprised and then she told her that it needs a lot of money. But Sophie thought it is a very easy thing to earn money. Meanwhile, in this perspective, she now talks about a celebrity, a football player in the United team, and he is Danny Casey. He assumes a different motive in life. She thinks of him about to become a something with him. And here she assumes an ideology to meet him in Roy's window at the arcade while she was with her little brother Derek to go to market. First, she revealed this story to her brother Job. Job was surprised and did not believe at her. And finally, Sophie tried to tell this through Job to her father. Her father denied the fact that it was only unnecessary talking by her. At the meantime, Jancy was found out about it, and Jancy asked Sophie whether she met Danny Casey or not. As Jancy knew that Sophie was just finding the words to assume a story which is full of dreams.
एक प्रकार से पीएम जय अब गरीबों की जय बन गई है।
देश हो रहा है आयुष्मान, मुफ्त उपचार मिल रहा, अब कोई लाचार ना रहा, जन जन का हो रहा कल्याण। गरीबों की शान ये है स्वास्थ्य का वरदान। आयुष्मान आयुष्मान देश हो रहा।
आयुष्मान भारत प्रधानमंत्री जन आरोग्य योजना के तहत करोड़ों लोग बने हैं 5 लाख रुपए के मुफ्त इलाज के हकदार। तो आप भी आज ही आयुष्मान ऐप डाउनलोड करें और आयुष्मान कार्ड बनाएं। अधिक जानकारी के लिए 14555 पर कॉल करें।
One of the biggest challenges the research community faces in using AI is trust. LeapSpace uses only peer-reviewed research. In addition, every AI-generated insight includes a trust card showing sources, an explanation for why a source was cited, surfacing contradictions and helping you calibrate the strength of the evidence. So you don't just get closer to the insight, you get closer to the truth. LeapSpace, the research-grade AI workspace.
Sophie told Jancy that she met Danny Casey and she requested him for an autograph for her little brother Derek. But unfortunately, neither she nor Danny Casey had a paper or pen to have an autograph. But Danny Casey promised her to meet her again at the appointed place. Hence, Sophie waits for Danny Casey at the appointed place, where only the few people would gather who waited for their loving ones. Hence, Sophie waits for him for a long time, but finding that he will not visit there and becomes disappointed. And finally, it was a great challenge for her to prove that whether she was right or wrong, as all were not trusted on her words. It was a challenging zone, but finally she found herself on the way. And she became disappointed as Danny Casey would never come to visit her. The story comes to an end as an unsatisfied desire by someone who only assumes of her life to unite. Sophie told Jancy that she met Danny Casey and she requested him for an autograph for her little brother Derek. But unfortunately, neither she nor Danny Casey had a paper or pen to have an autograph. But Danny Casey promised her to meet her again at the appointed place. Hence, Sophie waits for Danny Casey at the appointed place, where only the few people would gather who waited for their loving ones. Hence, Sophie waits for him for a long time, but finding that he will not visit there and becomes disappointed. And finally, it was a great challenge for her to prove that whether she was right or wrong, as all were not trusted on her words. It was a challenging zone, but finally she found herself on the way. And she became disappointed as Danny Casey would never come to visit her. The story comes to an end as an unsatisfied desire by someone who only assumes of her life to unite. Sophie told Jancy that she met Danny Casey and she requested him for an autograph for her little brother Derek. But unfortunately, neither she nor Danny Casey had a paper or pen to have an autograph. But Danny Casey promised her to meet her again at the appointed place. Hence, Sophie waits for Danny Casey at the appointed place, where only the few people would gather who waited for their loving ones. Hence, Sophie waits for him for a long time, but finding that he will not visit there and becomes disappointed. And finally, it was a great challenge for her to prove that whether she was right or wrong, as all were not trusted on her words. It was but finally found herself on the way. And she became disappointed as Danny Casey would never come to visit her. The story comes to an end as an unsatisfied desire by someone who only assumes of her life to unite. Sophie told Jancy that she met Danny Casey and she requested him for an autograph for her little brother Derek. But unfortunately, neither she nor Danny Casey had a paper or pen to have an autograph. But Danny Casey promised her to meet her again at the appointed place. Hence, Sophie waits for Danny Casey at the appointed place, where only the few people would gather who waited for their loving ones. Hence, Sophie waits for him for a long time, but finding that he will not visit there and becomes disappointed. Finally, it was a great challenge for her to prove that whether she was right or wrong, as all were not trusted on her words. It was a challenging zone, but finally she found herself on the way. And she became disappointed as Danny Casey would never come to visit her. The story comes to an end as an unsatisfied desire by someone who wants life to unite. The lesson concludes that an adolescence has different kind of dreaming thing, but it is not real. A dreaming can be easy for adolescents, but as far as the struggle of life is concerned, it a different thing. We will have to face the reality in life, then we can predict of such kind of an exceptional life, which is full of dream. And it is the end of the lesson. Now, I have some words in Hindi as far as the students are concerned. सूफी एक युवा लड़की है जो किशोरावस्था से गुजरती है, जहाँ पर उसके अंदर वीर पूजा की जो भावना है वो दिखी जाती है। ऐसे में ये वीरों की उपासना करते हैं और विपरीत उनके प्रति आकर्षित होते हैं। डैनी कैसे ही इस कहानी में एक ऐसा कैरेक्टर है जिसे सूफी मिलती है और वो उसको अपना जो है नायक मान लेती है, जो यूनाइटेड क्लब आयरलैंड में एक फुटबॉल खिलाड़ी है। वो अपनी सहेली को बताती है कि वह उसे रॉयस विंडो में मिलती है बाजार में और वो उसे अपने छोटे भाई के लिए ऑटोग्राफ देने के लिए कहती है, लेकिन दुर्भाग्यवश दोनों के पास ना तो कोई कागज़ होता है ना कलम होता है और वो ऑटोग्राफ नहीं दे पाते हैं। लेकिन वह फिर भी उससे मिलने का वादा करता है। वो उस वादे को सोच करके प्रतीक्षा करती है, लेकिन वास्तव में डैनी कैसे उससे कभी नहीं मिल पाता है, क्योंकि ये सूफी की खुद की अपनी एक विचारधारा का चित्रण है जो उस कहानी में दिखाया गया है। ऐसे जो युवा हमारे हैं वो कई कल्पनाओं में खोए रहते हैं, जहाँ पर उनके सपनों की महल होती है। And Rudyard Kipling's wife describes an interview an unnecessary intrusion in a man's life, a person's life, to hurt his or her feelings, asking unnecessary questions, and giving an example of the day when two reporters from Boston interviewed her and ruined the entire day. And it is like a primitive culture when somebody captures the picture of the particular persons, then he or she considered that the person steals her or his soul. So in this perspective, an interview is a very popular and common thing, but in spite of all this, there are the two controversial points about it. But as far as the conclusion is concerned, interview is the best medium to represent ourselves and to be communicate with others, to express whatever we have inner side. And it is a kind of best communication medium to become popular, to express what we have, whatever we have within, and to expose ourselves to develop our inner qualities, which is a light one, just like a sleeping thing. Hence, we can say interview is the best medium to communicate with others and to become. Interview must be repeated again and again to get confidence in someone's life, so that now we are going to discuss about the second part of the lesson and interview, where the Hindu news reporters takes an interview of Professor Bologna University in Italy, and it is Professor Umberto Eco. Umberto Eco is a professor on the subject semiotics. Semiotics, a kind of a science belonging to script and symptoms belonging to sign. Hence, Umberto Eco emerges as a great novelist, as a dramatist, as well as the prose writer. But the most important thing as far as his writing style is concerned, he always chooses the philosophical, ethical, along with the detective look in his novels. And even his academic texts are children books related to philosophical and ethical, social values and aesthetic perspective in Professor Umberto Eco is asked that how he composes or writes a kind of different and exceptional way of writing. Then Umberto Eco explains that he can't clarify how the things is managed, but he mentions that after finishing a kind of text, a kind of thing, that it is an ordinary one. And most of his famous novels, The Son of the Rose, make a good success in his life and became a powerful writer among the novelists. अब हम इंटरव्यू यानी साक्षात्कार नाम पाठ के दूसरे खंड की ओर चलते हैं, जहां पर द हिंदू नामक समाचार पत्र के पत्रकार प्रोफेसर मुकुंद इटली में बोलंगाना विश्वविद्यालय के जो प्रोफेसर अम्बर्टो इको हैं उनका साक्षात्कार लेते हैं। वो अम्बर्टो इको से पूछते हैं कि किस प्रकार से उनकी जो रचनाएं हैं वो अन्य उपन्यासकारों और लेखकों से भिन्न है। इस पर अम्बर्टो इको मुस्कुराते हैं और बताते हैं कि उन्हें खुद नहीं पता कि वे इन रचनाओं को कैसे कर देते हैं। अम्बर्टो इको जो लक्षण शास्त्र के प्रोफेसर हैं वो इस बात का उल्लेख करते हैं कि वे उन रचनाओं को सामान्य रूप से लिखते हैं और उन्हें पता नहीं चलता है। उसके बाद में वो उनके बारे में चर्चा होती है। प्रोफेसर मुकुंद कहते हैं कि आपकी जो रचनाएं हैं, चाहे वो सामान्य रूप से उपन्यास हों, चाहे वो गद्य हों, चाहे वो अन्य कथानक हों, चाहे बच्चों की लिखी गई पुस्तक है, उसमें भी आप एक तरफ जासूसी रखते हैं तो दूसरी तरफ दार्शनिक और नैतिक परिप्रेक्ष्य को रखते हैं। और यहाँ तक कि आपकी जो बच्चों की लिखी गई पुस्तकें हैं उसमें भी हिंसा का बहुत कम ही उल्लेख होता है। अम्बर्टो इको कहते हैं कि वे प्रायः ऐसे विषयों की ओर जाते हैं जैसे कि कोई ऐसी चीज हो जहाँ पर अंतरावकाश, अर्थात जिन चीज़ों को लोग परित्यक्त कर देते हैं वे उन्हीं विषयों पर लिखते हैं। कहने का अभिप्राय यह है कि किसी भी विचार का जो कारण है, किस वजह से ये विचार उत्पन्न होता है, वो उस जगह पे चले जाते हैं और वो अंतरावकाश की बात करते हैं जहाँ पर लगभग एक खाली पने की स्थिति होती है जहाँ से किसी चीज का Now we have a few words to describe in Hindi as the student demands. So in Hindi, इंटरव्यू यानी साक्षात्कार। इस पाठ में जो लेखक हैं उन्होंने दो अलग अलग मतों के बारे में बताया है, जिसमें एक मत ये है कि साक्षात्कार लोकप्रिय होने का और लोगों के बीच में प्रचलित होने का सर्वश्रेष्ठ माध्यम है। कई लोग इसकी पुनरावृत्ति करते हैं ताकि वे पूरे समाज में, क्षेत्र में, देश में और यहाँ तक विदेश में भी लोकप्रिय हो। तो कुछ का मत है कि ये अपने आप में एक जघन्य अपराध की तरह है जो व्यक्तिगत रूप से उनके ऊपर किए गए सवालों के कारण होता है, जिसमें वे मानसिक रूप से और बौद्धिक तथा आत्मिक क्षमता से प्रताड़ित होते हैं। इंटरव्यू यानी साक्षात्कार से वे बचने की बात करते हैं, जिनमें रुडयार्ड किपलिंग और उनकी पत्नी दोनों इसके पक्ष में हैं। वह इसको एक जो है अनचाहा और बेवजह यानी फिजूल का किए गए क्वेश्चन को मानते हैं, जिससे उनकी प्रतिभाओं पर असर पड़ता है। इसी में से एक उदाहरण बताते हैं रुडयार्ड किपलिंग की पत्नी कि दो पत्रकार बोस्टन से आए और उन्होंने उनका साक्षात्कार किया और उनका पूरा दिन खराब चला गया और इसी कारण से वे हमेशा इंटरव्यू देने से बचती है। जबकि वस्तुतः अगर देखा जाए तो इंटरव्यू यानी साक्षात्कार वास्तव में प्रचलित होने का सबसे अच्छा माध्यम है। प्रोफेसर अम्बर्टो इको की एक रचना द नेम ऑफ द रोज जो लैटिन भाषा में लिखी गई, उसने उन्हें पूरे विश्व में महान बना दिया। यद्यपि उसको प्रकाशित करने वाले प्रकाशकों ने भी कभी ये नहीं सोचा था कि वो रचना उनकी सर्वश्रेष्ठ साबित होगी, क्योंकि उस समय लोगों को लैटिन भाषा का ज्ञान नहीं था। कई लोग तो कैथेड्रल चर्च भी उतना ज़्यादा नहीं जाते थे, फिर भी उसकी जो है लाखों प्रतियां बिकी और कम पड़ गई। तो ये कहना कि कोई चीज़ कब सफल होगी, लोग उसको कब समझ पाएंगे, ये अपने आप में भी एक आश्चर्य है। कभी कभी कोई चीज़ें जो सामान्य रूप से होती है लोग उसको पूरी तरह से सरलता से प्रथम दौर में समझते हैं, लेकिन जब उन चीज़ों से वो ऊब जाते हैं तो उनको बौद्धिक, तार्किक और मानसिक रूप से कुछ ऐसी चीज़ चाहिए होती है जो बिल्कुल एक्सेप्शनल हो यानी हट करके हो। यही कारण था कि जो अम्बर्टो इको से उनका जो उपन्यास था द नेम ऑफ द रोज जो लैटिन यानी ग्रीक भाषा में था, वो पूरी तरीके से प्रकाशित हुआ और उसकी अत्यधिक प्रतियां बिकी और इसी ने उन्हें पूरी तरीके से लोकप्रिय कर दिया। अम्बर्टो इको एक ऐसे लेखक थे जिन्होंने अपनी स्वाभाविक प्रवृत्ति को बनाए रखा। उन्होंने कभी भी किसी भी चीज़ के लिए वो न तो व्यथित हुए और न ही लालायित हुए। ये जो उनकी रचना है ये पूर्ण रूप से उनकी दृढ़ता को, उनकी विश्वसनीयता को और उनकी उस आत्मकथानक शैली को प्रस्तुत करती है जिसमें वो स्वतंत्र होकर के अपने विचारों को व्यक्त करते थे। और ये जो उनके अंदर निरंतरता का भाव है, आत्मीयता का भाव है और अभिव्यक्ति प्रस्तुत करने का जो भाव है, उसने उन्हें एक महान उपन्यासकार ही नहीं, एक महान जो है
Helps beat sensitivity fast. Sensodyne Rapid Relief.
Dear students, good morning to all of you. And we are going to start a new chapter in our English prose, class 12th, that is Poet and Pancake. It is a comical and humorous description by the writer Ashoka Mitran, where, as the title suggests, the poet and pancake. Poet, one hand, means a talent which is literary, and the pancake means the talent how to decorate, how to design, or how to paint the characters playing a role in the film. And all of the activities take place in Gemini Studio. Gemini Studio was famous at its time, and the players, the characters who played in the films in the past time used pancakes, a material makeup at that time. It was totally different and loaded on truck. Gemini Studios had a small chamber which includes a complicated included a complicated atmosphere because it has a half dozen mirror in the small chamber. It was just like a saloon where those subjected to makeup had to face a great problem. And in such a situation, it was a force majeure for the character who are subjected to makeup, because he had to face incandescent light all around it. And as far as the famous name in this story is concerned, a great character, Kothamangalam Subbu. Kothamangalam Subbu was a Brahmin, and by virtue he had the talent to adjust himself to the circumstances, whether it is adverse or suitable. And for his readiness and for his immediate responses, he was very close to his boss. He was at number 2 in Gemini Studios, and whenever the boss or any high rank officers orders him, always ready to follow him. And there were many members who were jealous of him because he was so popular and she was so close to the boss, and also there were so many members who visited to him. That's why they were jealous to Kothamangalam Subbu. And one of them was
the office boy, who always blamed Kothamangalam Subbu for not able to become a writer and or to become an actress or a script writer, and his literary talents was dwarfing at that moment, and he was given a work of crowd painting. It was a very good thing for him that doing so he had not to think a lot of about how to paint or how to decorate the characters. There was hierarchy in Gemini Studios, and because of this, the chief actors are subjected to the chief makeup man, and the assistant actors are subjected to the assistant makeup man. And as far as the crowd shooting is concerned, it was the responsibility of the office boy. At the same time, there was the most important factor is that a writer's visit in Gemini studio, and the writer visit was a mystery for those who are in Gemini studios, because he was not so famous as the other poets like Byron, Keats, William Shakespeare or William Wordsworth. And that's why the man was visiting Gemini studio was a mystery. And the man was none other but a poet, Stephen Spender. He was not became so easy in the Gemini studio.
सिस्टर बीना का मैसेज आया है, अर्जेंट लिखा है, मेरे बच्चे के ट्रीटमेंट के लिए 1 लाख रुपए चाहिए डॉक्टर, तुरंत भेज दीजिए प्लीज।
सिस्टर बीना, मैं पहले सिस्टर बीना को फोन करके पूछूंगी, फिर भेजूंगी, क्योंकि मैं मूर्ख नहीं हूँ।
वेल डन डॉक्टर। यूपीआई कहता है अगर पहचान के व्यक्ति से भी ऐसे मैसेज आए तो हो सकता है कि उनके मैसेजिंग ऐप हैक हो, तो पहले नॉर्मल कॉल करके चेक करो और कहो मैं मूर्ख नहीं
हो या आपकी खुद की और भी कितनी कहानियां लिखना बाकी है, क्योंकि हम पर लिखे नाम मिट सकते हैं लेकिन हमारा नाम नहीं मिट सकता। नीलकमल ऑफिस चेयर्स stands the test of time and office moves. Explore our range of over 150 office chairs.
Because his accent was unable to reach those audience who were there in Gemini studios, and he has delivered his speech without addressing the members there. So the visitor at Gemini studio was unexplained mystery. And after the departure of the such kind of a guest, there was another group was there, and it was considered the communist. Communist were kind of people who do not believe in, and even they have no repentance to kill their own relatives, sons, father, etc. They visited there also and displayed a drama which was very popular in Gemini studios. But the most important thing the Gemini studios members observed, that was the makeup of the high quality. And there was also the impact of the Russian Revolution, and the communism was on top. That's why they have discussed a theme, the God that failed, and it was a very popular one, but not very effective in Gemini studios, because in Gemini studio the people were old belief and they did not consider the things like the communism. They had no meaning from this. So now there is a conclusion of the lesson, The Poet and Pancake, where there was oddities to take some matter, but all of them was the Kothamangalam Subbu who was the friends. We are going to discuss about the important lesson that is related to class 12, and it is the last lesson. This lesson Hamel, the language teacher, discusses about the importance of the mother language. And there is a student named the French who got late special on that day, and he had the fear in his mind that he would scold him, but young Hamel was silent, and he told him that he would not scold. And finally he started to teach them the importance of the mother language. The French was surprised to see that there were the old people sitting at the back benches of the classroom. And young Hamel was again and again giving the importance of the mother language. He told that the French is the most clearest and the beautiful and the logical language in the world, which can be learned easily. And he also told that when the people are in a country or enslaved, it is the only way to come out of the prison, as it is the key to prison. And finally, young Hamel blamed himself and the French parents for ignoring the study, which is the most important one for that. But everybody was in the class had the tears because M. Hamel would not continue his teaching anymore, and it was a setback for all of them. And finally, the judge bell struck, and M. Hamel declared that the class was over. Before this, he wrote as long as on the board, Vive la France. And finally, the class was over. Thanks for watching.
झंझनाहट से जल्द आराम पाएं। सेंसोडाइन रैपिड रिलीफ के साथ।
हम इंडिया की टॉप कंपनी से हैं। आप इसमें इन्वेस्ट करोगे
तो हम आपके पोर्टफोलियो का हिस्सा बनेंगे।
इंडिया की टॉप कंपनीज होंगी आपके पोर्टफोलियो में विद ICICI प्रूडेंशियल लार्ज कैप फंड। म्यूचुअल फंड्स निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यानपूर्वक पढ़ें।
Dear students, as you have mentioned about that Hindi language must be also for this, so I will try to do my best to explain the chapter also in English. And today's chapter is related to the prose section, as you know, and that is lesson number 5, Indigo, a famous work from Louis Fisher. In this lesson, Louis Fisher discussed about the sharecropping dispute and how Gandhi became popular through this episode. In the beginning, there is an interview between Louis Fisher and Mahatma Gandhi, and Mahatma Gandhi told him how he became so famous after this episode. And the lesson starts with a famous four sharecroppers, Rajkumar Sudha, a poor and uneducated but was resolute in nature, who belonged to a poor Brahmin, but having the power of resolution. When he was known about Mahatma Gandhi in the convention of Indian National Congress in Lucknow, he met Gandhi, but Gandhi when Gandhi proceeded Motihari, he was detained by the local authorities, and when he tried to disobey it, Gandhi was given a notice. Gandhi wrote on the notice that on one hand, he would not be a bad example to break the law, but should be arrested for the sake of the law. On the other hand, he will surrender himself
for the people's service at the Champaran, for which he had come there, and that was the best justice for him in the sake of the people. And hence Gandhi had to appear into the court, where he asked either for penalty or the punishment, but the judges delayed the justice and asked him to furnish the bail within 2 hours. Gandhi was firm only on the punishment or the penalty. After all, the judges delayed the justice. A large amount of crowd gathered outside, and the government was baffled. Hence, the judges and other local authorities consulted their seniors, and after all, Gandhi was released, remained at the liberty without bail. It was the first time when civil disobedience and non-violence got victory in the modern time in India. And hence Gandhi was highlighted with his leader, and he found his position there in Rajkumar Shukla followed wherever Gandhi went, and after a long waiting, Rajkumar Shukla met Gandhi at the appointed place in Calcutta, from where he and Gandhi boarded for the train of Patna. Both met Rajendra Prasad there. Gandhi met Rajendra Prasad and checked the status of the poor sharecropper case. He also escorted the lawyers for taking a large amount of fee from the poor sharecroppers, while their cases were pending without settlements. He escorted them for doing such kind of thing, because the farmers were getting poorer and poorer, and they were fear-stricken, and it was useless to represent a case like this in the court. And after all, Gandhi set a new plan for this, and after that a lot of preparation were done. The depositions were 10,000 farmers been taken, and each group has a responsibility to be arrested in the court. Gandhi proceeded Motihari. He was detained by the local authorities, and when Gandhi tried to disobey. Now for the students who want the summary of this lesson in Hindi. ये पाठ गांधी जी के इम्पोर्टेंट सहयोग से रिलेटेड है, जिसका नाम है चंपारण में नील की खेती। इस पाठ में राजकुमार शुक्ला, जो एक गरीब किसान हैं, उनके आग्रह पर महात्मा गांधी चंपारण आए, और यहाँ पर उन्होंने चंपारण की जो बटाई वाली खेती का जो विवाद था, उसके संदर्भ में पूरी तरीके से निस्तारण किया। इससे पहले यहाँ पर जो वकील थे वो किसानों का पक्ष रखते थे, लेकिन वो मामला लंबित पड़ा रहता था और पूरी तरह से सुनवाई नहीं होती थी। महात्मा गांधी जब चंपारण पहुँचे तो उन्होंने वकीलों को फटकार लगाई कि ये जो वकील हैं ये पहले से ही अपने आप में आर्थिक रूप से कमज़ोर हैं, भय से त्रस्त हैं, और इनसे इस प्रकार से पैसा लेना ये बिल्कुल न्यायोचित नहीं है, बल्कि कोर्ट में जाना ही बंद कर देना चाहिए। गांधी जी ने वकीलों से मिल करके इस केस की नए तरीके से प्रस्तावना और योजना तैयार की, जिसमें सारे वकील लोग शामिल हुए, और वो एक नई प्रक्रिया आरंभ की गई जांच के अंतर्गत, जिसमें बहुत सारे किसान भी शामिल हो गए। और गांधी जी इस प्रक्रिया में आगे बढ़ चले और निर्भीक होकर के वो मोतिहारी की ओर बढ़े। तभी स्थानीय अधिकारी गणों ने उन्हें रोका और वहाँ रोकने के बाद जब गांधी जी ने उनकी अवहेलना करनी चाहिए तो उन्हें जो है एक सूचना घर तक पहुंचाई गई और उस
Look up to the sky วันหนึ่งฉันต้องเจอเธอ Miss you again and never go that place สักวันหนึ่งฉันต้องเจอเธอ Miss you again and never go that place I wish you do me the same ครบปีครบเดือนครบวันอีกไม่นานเราคงได้พบกันช่างพรั่งพราวแสงดาวพบจันทร์เก็บเรื่องราวฉันไม่เคยลบมัน But I was Jon Snow don't make me feel like John Wick With the sicko flow bitches call me John Slick You can hate me now but you know my shit gone hit All they could try to run on this John Dick DMI จะบอก Look up to the sky ทุกคนก็ต้องตายมันไม่ใช่คนผิดใคร DMI จะบอกเพียงแค่ลุกขึ้นมาอีกไม่นานหรอกนะเราคงได้ข้ามตามไป And I can see you sad But I know you it's your dad But I gave you everything That I never had เพียงแค่รอฉันในวันหนึ่งเราก็คงได้เจอรอแค่รอฉันกลัวไม่มีวันจะไปไกลจากเธอร้องไห้หรอกนะฉันเธอไม่ร้องไห้ออกมาเพราะเธอกำลังมองลงมารอวันที่ฉันไปเจอเธอเพราะเธอยังอยู่เพราะเธอยังอยู่ไม่มีวันตายเพราะเธอยังอยู่เพราะเธอยัง
सूचना घर तक पहुंचाई गई और उस after that the entire area had become full of the sound or full of the waves of the investigation done by the Gandhi and the other leaders, and they set and laid foundation also in the Champaran case. At the request of the Mahatma Gandhi, a committee was organized, and in this committee, one side there was a group of landlords, officers, and others, and on the second hand, there was Mahatma Gandhi as the sole representative of the farmers. In this committee, Gandhi had his own favor, demanding 50% of the refunds for the sharecroppers. But the landlords agreed to pay him 25%. At this, Gandhi agreed it, and finally the deadlock was finished. Many of them asked why he was ready. Then Gandhi replied, it was not only the question of their prestige, but also they surrendered themselves. When he was in this case, many of the lawyers thought that Mr. Andrews should be included as he was a foreigner. But Gandhi understood the mentality of the lawyers and he scouted for this. He refused to enter the support of
Oh, I can't be best friends forever. But how? I don't know. Can I have it?
Kids can't have phones.
No. The box, silly.
Of course.
This is so good. Perfect. I've got it. You've got what? This will help you when I'm not there. Wow! It can help you understand Stanley like me. Aww. I'm gonna miss you too, Stanley.
Paige, come and finish packing.
The time!
Oh, you're hiding.
Do you want to become invisible? Yeah. Let's run! Ow. All better. And if you have a really important secret, it will always be there. And if you need a flight to join me, this can turn any box into a spaceship. Wow. Really? Yeah. I'm gonna miss you so much, Paige. I'm gonna miss you too. Remember, best friends forever. Best friends forever.
हेलो बच्चों, ये वीडियो जेई 2028 के एस्पिरेंट्स के लिए है। मतलब जो बच्चे 10th से 11th में मूव कर रहे होंगे और आईआईटी जेई की प्रिपरेशन स्टार्ट करना चाहते हैं, ऐसे बच्चों के लिए टीम कंपटीशन लेके आया है अपना आइकॉनिक बैच प्रथम, जिसकी हेल्प से बच्चा अपने ट्रू पोटेंशियल को रियलाइज करके बेस्ट पॉसिबल रैंक लेके आता है आईआईटी एडवांस के अंदर। तो आइए इस कोर्स के बारे में जानते हैं। तो इस बैच का नाम है प्रथम 2, मतलब प्रथम सीरीज का पहला बैच स्टार्ट हो चुका है। मतलब ये वो बच्चे हैं जो 10th में पढ़ते हुए जिनका 10th का सिलेबस फिनिश हो गया था, बट वो 11th का प्रिपरेशन पहले से ही स्टार्ट करना चाहते हैं, तो उन बच्चों के लिए प्रथम 1 था। नाउ दिस इज प्रथम 2। दिस इज सुटेबल फॉर द स्टूडेंट जो 10th से 11th में जा रहे हैं। तो जो बच्चा जेई में 2028 में अपीयर होना चाहता है, वो अपनी प्रिपरेशन पूरे 2 साल करेगा, 2026 से लेके 2028 तक। 2026 से 2027 में ही विल बी स्टडीइंग इन 11th। तो जो भी पूरा सिलेबस है उसको हम 2 पार्ट में डिवाइड कर देंगे। जेई का सिलेबस वैसे वो एनसीईआरटी बेस्ड ही होता है, मैक्सिमम चैप्टर उसी के साथ अलाइन होते हैं। तो फर्स्ट ईयर हम जो बैच ऑफर करते हैं उसका नाम प्रथम है। जब बच्चा 11th से 12th में जाता है, मतलब 11th में जब पढ़ रहा होता है, और जब वो 12th में पढ़ रहा होता है, तो अब हम उसको बैच ये प्रथम बैच है जिसमें 11th का सिलेबस विल बी कवर्ड फ्रॉम जेई पर्सपेक्टिव।
Dear students, good morning. And today's session we are going to discuss the lesson number 4, the rat trap. The rat trap is a story full of entertainment and philosophical perspective. In this story, there is a rat trap seller who is called peddler, who sold his rat traps made of wires going to the villages and the towns. As he was poor, so he could not manage the needs
for his own enjoyment as well as the daily bread. For this reason, he sometimes stole the things to manage his daily bread. And now there was an interesting thing is there when he was at his sailing rounds, thought of an idea to see the world. And the idea was the whole world around him, its lands, cities, towns, villages, and all the things on this earth is nothing but a big rat trap. As the world offers the people joys, sorrow, food, shelter, rivers, and so many things on this earth. As a rat is offered a piece of cheese and pork to entrap them. As soon as anyone touches the trap, it closes onto him and everything comes to an end. One day, the peddler visited a crofter's house nearby the road, and he was warmly welcomed by the owner of the house, and he offered him porridge. And before bedtime, he enjoyed a tobacco roll with him and also played a game of chess, Mazelo. And whenever they got up early in the morning, the peddler thought of his money that was shown by the crafter to him, 30 rupees. And this money brought him once again to the crafter's house, where he stolen the money and decided to go not by the public highway but throughout the forest. And he was very happy with his smartness to steal the money from the crafter's house. But soon he realized that he was walking in the same direction again and again. And finally, now he felt very sad, and he remembered his own words, the world is nothing but a big trap. And he thought it was his turn to be entrapped, the trap set by the crafter. And hence he became very sad. And after the same time, he heard the sound of thumping. It indicated that there was something like a factory or dear students, we are going to discuss about the important lesson, the rat trap. In this story, there is a peddler who sold rat traps made of wires. He himself made them at the odd moments. But sometimes when the business was not profitable, he also stole the things. And during his selling rounds, one day an idea struck in his mind that entertained him. The idea that the world around him, its lands, cities, towns, villages, and the rivers, all the things on the earth is nothing but a big rat trap, as it offers food, clothing, joys, sorrows, etc. In the same way, a rat is offered a piece of cheese and pork to entrap them. As soon as anyone touches the trap, it closes onto him and everything comes to an end. Such kind of idea always entertained the peddler because he was always in privacy. The peddler never felt anything like a home. He was neglected and ignored wherever he went. And during this session, he thought such kind of ideas which always entertained him. His life was monotonous and full of disappointment because he was always looking ignored wherever. And we are going to discuss about the important lesson, the rat trap. In this story, there is a peddler who sold rat traps made of wires. He himself made them at the odd moments. But sometimes when the business was not profitable, he also stole the things. And during his selling rounds, one day an idea struck in his mind that entertained him. The idea that the world around him, its lands, cities, towns, villages, and the rivers, all the things on the earth is nothing but a big rat trap. As it offers food, clothing, joys, sorrows, etc. In the same way, a rat is offered a piece of cheese and pork to entrap them. As soon as anyone touches the trap, it closes onto him and everything comes to an end. Such kind of idea always entertained the peddler because he was always in privacy. The peddler never felt anything like a home as he was neglected and ignored wherever he went. And during this session, he thought such kind of ideas which always entertained him. His life was monotonous and full of disappointment because he was always looking ignored wherever he. We were discussing about the peddler who got entertained himself with the kind of thought as we have discussed earlier, and now he visited the crafter house by the roadside where he was warmly welcomed by the owner of the house, and the owner of the house offered him porridge, and porridge was given to the peddler, which he enjoyed, and before going to sleep, both of them used tobacco roll and played a game of card that was Mazebo. And after that, the man, the captor, showed him 30 crore bills. And seeing the money, the peddler felt odd, but a kind of thought to steal the money. And the next morning, both woke and left the house. The peddler also left, but soon he returned and smashed the panes of the window and took out 30 crore bills from his house. And because of the fear being to be caught by the police and sent to jail, he decided not to go by the public highway, but through the forest. And when he was walking in the forest, after a long time, he felt that he was walking in the same direction, in the same path of the forest. And after that, he reached towards the factory where he was wet with the rain and was shivering with cold. He went there and the blacksmith nodded him to sit there to keep warm. And there was the iron master, who was the owner of the factory, always visited on his usual rounds, and now on his usual rounds he visited and find the man like the peddler. He thought him his own comrades, colleagues in the army, and requested him to go to his home, but the peddler always thought of the money and refused to go there. Knowing everything, now the iron master got its way back, and he sent his own daughter, Adela Williamson, considering she was more persuasive than him. And when Adela Williamson visited the factory, she showed sympathy to the peddler and asked about her miserable days and assured him that he would be welcome at her home like a captain, like a guest, at the occasion of the Christmas Eve. And finally the peddler believed in her words and moved with her to the ironmaster home. Though when he was going in the carriage, he was always thinking of the stolen money and the fear to be arrested if he was caught. After that, he reached towards the factory where he was wet with the rain and was shivering with cold. He bent there and the blacksmith nodded him to sit there to keep warm. And there was the ironmaster, who was the owner of the factory, always visited on his usual rounds, and now on his usual rounds he visited and found the man like the peddler. He thought him his own comrades, colleagues in the army, and requested him to go to his home. But the peddler always thought of the money and refused to go there. Knowing everything, now the ironmaster got its way back, and he sent his own daughter, Adela Williamson, considering she was more persuasive than him. And when Adela Williamson visited the factory, she showed sympathy to the peddler and asked about her miserable days and assured him that he would be welcome at her home like a captain, like a guest, at the occasion of the Christmas Eve. And finally the peddler believed in her words and moved with her to the ironmaster home. Though when he was going in the carriage, he was always thinking of the stolen money and the fear to be arrested if he was caught.
सिस्टर बीना का मैसेज आया है, अर्जेंट लिखा है, मेरे बच्चे के ट्रीटमेंट के लिए 1 लाख रुपए चाहिए डॉक्टर, तुरंत भेज दीजिए प्लीज।
सिस्टर बीना, मैं पहले सिस्टर बीना को फोन करके पूछूंगी, फिर भेजूंगी, क्योंकि मैं मूर्ख नहीं हूँ।
वेल डन डॉक्टर। यूपीआई कहता है अगर पहचान के व्यक्ति से भी ऐसे मैसेज आए तो हो सकता है कि उनके मैसेजिंग ऐप हैक हो, तो पहले नॉर्मल कॉल करके चेक करो और कहो मैं मूर्ख नहीं हूँ। जाइए, आपने
को क्वालिफाई कर दिखाए। तो दिस इज अ गुड न्यूज फॉर यू। सेंचुरियन डिफेंस एकेडमी ने लॉन्च किया है नेशनल डिफेंस एकेडमी 9 फाउंडेशन रेजिडेंशियल प्रोग्राम फॉर 8 पास स्टूडेंट्स। ये बैच आपके बच्चे को क्लास 9 से गाइडेंस देगा क्लास 12 तक। न सिर्फ आपके बच्चे का फाउंडेशन मजबूत होगा, बल्कि वह एक डिफेंस एनवायरनमेंट के अंदर रेडी होगा, जहां होगा रूटीन होगी, जहां रेगुलर स्कूलिंग के साथ साथ एकेडमिक क्लासेस के साथ डिफेंस पर्सपेक्टिव से पर्सनालिटी डेवलपमेंट, स्पोकन इंग्लिश पर एम्फेसिस होगा, वर्क कराते हुए स्टूडेंट्स के ओवरऑल पर्सनालिटी डेवलपमेंट के साथ में एक ही टारगेट होगा, नेशनल डिफेंस एकेडमी इन फर्स्ट अटेम्प्ट। आर यू रेडी? The inquiries are on. Admission are open for the Lucknow Center. Jai Hind.
One day, the peddler visited a crofter's house nearby the road, and he was warmly welcomed by the owner of the house, and he offered him porridge. And before bedtime, he enjoyed a tobacco roll with him and also played a game of chess, Mazelo. And whenever they got up early in the morning, the peddler thought of his money that was shown by the crafter to him, 30 Knorbis. And this money brought him once again to the crafter's house, where he stolen the money and decided go not by the public highway, but throughout the forest. And he was very happy with his smartness to steal the money from the crafter's house. But soon he realized that he was walking in the same direction again and again. And finally, now he felt very sad, and he remembered his own words, the world is nothing but a big trap. And he thought it was his turn to be entrapped, the trap set by the crafter. And hence he became very sad. And after the same time, he heard the sound of thumping. It indicated that there was something like a factory or now we are entering the last phase of the rat trap. Now the peddler was there at the iron master's home, but he was totally looking different from them. At this, the iron master was angry because he was awarding him as his own comrades and as a guest a captain. Now he thought that he made a mistake, and he decided to get the peddler way back as he came there. But the Williamson did not like to do so because she wanted him as his own guest. And finally, the iron master also agreed with her. And the next day when they went to church, they heard from someone that the man who was in the rat trap stole the crafter's money. And when they reached home, they asked the servant about it. The servant replied them, the man went away but did not take anything, but left a package which is full of small red tags, and with a letter in which he requested to send back the money to the crafter who tried to him in the showing him the money that was brought him in such a situation. So that's why the peddler did not like to disappoint at the Williamson at this moment, and that was the end of the story, the rat trap. In this story, it is not only entertaining, but it is a philosophical and leaving a moral with it, that the temptation is the cause of something which is destruction.
Are you still jumping between the apps to adjust and analyze your F&O position? Stop this chaos and try FastTalk. With FastTalk, you'll be able to analyze your position, check the payoff, execute the trades directly from the option chain with one click. The new way of trading F&O is here. Try FastTalk today. Download the app now.
Investments in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
Dear students, let us join next session once again in our pro section of class 12th intermediate. And now we are going to reflect at some points to the lesson number 3, deep water. The lesson deep water is a remarkable story of a young boy in which he fears from deep water because of the past incident. The story belongs to YMCA pool, which offered exactly good opportunities for everyone. It was a good pool where the drop was gradual. It was 2 or 3 feet deep at the shallow end, and at the deep end it was 9 feet. And the pool was just near connected to the Yakima River. Though the Yakima River was considered treacherous as the writer's mother warned him about it, each details of drowning to him. But in spite of all, YMCA pool was safe. So the story starts when the writer William O. Douglas went with his father to the California beach, where both were in surf to get bathed by the sea. But at the same time, the the waves of the sea came and swam across the writer and his father. The writer only the sensation in him was indicating that he was alive. And after all, it was a horrifying experience of a deep water. And somehow the writer escaped from drowning and found himself helpless. At the same time, he realized that how terrified the experience of deep water was. And at the second juncture, whenever he tried to go in deep water, he always avoided to go in deep because of this fear. And after all, he decided to overcome of his fear of deep water. He got an instructor who taught him every possible way to teach this kind of swimming. And finally, he learned swimming by the instructor who taught him first in 2 parts and then a different ways how to exhale and how to exhale in the water by different types of ways. And after that, the writer practiced for a month, for a weeks, and after the constant learning, he went to the dangerous rocks and jumped from there into fluent water. And finally, after a positive approach in his mind, he succeeded to overcome the fear of deep water. And now the conclusion is there that as far as there is a statement by American President Roosevelt who declared that the fear of death is the fear in itself, as death is not so fearful as it's. Because of this fear, the writer was afraid of deep water. And once again the same thing going to happen when he was alone at the YMCA pool. At the same time, a young man came there and tossed him up and threw into the pool, where he went into sitting position. He got afraid, but that he forgot study. Finally, he remembered the strategy when he reached the bottom to spring from there, come on the surface like a car. He went straight into the sitting position, and when he reached the bottom, he tried to use his strategy to jump from there. Once he came up on the surface, and the next time he tried but swallowed water. And after many attempts and exertion, he felt tired. And within few minutes, within few time, he got so much tired that his arms and legs felt paralyzed. And finally, he felt the situation like intoxication. He was so much exhausted that he was unable to attempt any more. And finally, he felt the tender hurts like her mother, and there was no need. And Eloise was casting on his face, and he was crossing oblivion, the situation like just like a intoxication. And after that, he completely forgot what was going to happen. Only the
have been a love story if everyone had a Neil Kamal edge of his chair. Stands the test of time.
स्ट्रॉन्ग नाम तो सुना होगा। आपको लग रहा होगा ना कि मैं यहाँ इतने हेल्दी डाइट फॉलो करने वालों के पास क्यों हूँ? या इधर जहाँ 8 आवर्स ऑफ ब्यूटी स्लीप मैंडेटरी है, या ये ट्रेडमिल एथलीट के पास जो यहाँ से सीधा ओलंपिक जाने की तैयारी कर रहा है, और यहाँ जहाँ ज़ेन मोड ऐसे प्रैक्टिस करते हैं जैसे स्ट्रेस को एक समझकर ब्लॉक कर दिया। ये सारी आदतें अच्छी हैं, पर आपको हार्ट स्ट्रांग बनाने के लिए काफी नहीं, आपको चाहिए 8 अच्छी आदतें। तो रिस्क टेस्ट लो, अपने फ्रेंड्स और फैमिली के साथ शेयर करो और हार्ट स्ट्रांग बनो। हार्ट के लिए 8